FCC, you basically have to convince yourself that your station operation is safe for yourself, for your family, and for any visitors at times when you are transmitting or anyone is transmitting at your station. But that's been true for at least 25 years. And about all that's different is the thresholds for determining whether you have to do a calculation or not. Finally, I just want to mention a topic that I don't see mentioned very often lately. When I first got interested in amateur radio, for the first few years that I had my license, before I had to go get a job and support a family, I used to spend a lot of time going back through the history of amateur radio and of the league. And one of the things that jumps out at you if you should ever do such a search is that one of the major roles of the league is spectrum defense. It has been since the very, very beginnings of the league. The league was instrumental in getting amateur radio reinitialized after World War I, and making sure that amateurs could come back on the air after World War II. And throughout the entire period of amateur radio's existence, the league has been the cornerstone of our spectrum defense in this country, and probably having an effect in other countries as well. And as you look at what your membership in the league might get you, keep in mind that one of the hidden things that your membership helps with is protecting and preserving the frequencies that we have available to us. And as you know, there's tremendous pressure on those frequencies these days. The explosion in 5G wireless is certainly one of the largest, and for many of us, it's affecting frequencies we may not use on a day-to-day basis, but it's out there, and we're working to preserve as much as we can of what has been available to us and might be available to us in the future. You have to understand that spectrum allocation is always a compromise, and there are economic factors as well as technical and regulatory factors that are always involved. So keep that in mind, and when you're thinking about renewing or whether to renew, remember that the league is a leader in that defense. That's all I want to say at this point in the program. So I'm going to turn it back to Ed, and thank you again for being here this morning.
Thank you, Bud. And Bud is accessible. His contact information is always available. He does respond faster with his emails. So that's a good way to get hold of Bud, so that he'll remember what the conversation was all about on the email. So we may want to start with that email, and then he will contact you. I guarantee it. All right. Next up is our vice director. And he and I have had many, many conversations since I've come into the section leadership realm. It is Bill Marine, and it's N2COP. He's the vice director of our division, Roanoke Division, from 2015 to the present. He was the North Carolina section manager from 2010 to 2014. Currently a member of the ARRL National Public Relations Committee, 2005 to 2014, 2018 to 2021. And now he's helping with finance committees on the ARRL. I don't know if you're chairing it or you're co-chair or what you're doing, but you can tell us all about that. So let me introduce Bill Marine, one of the greatest of the greatest that I dealt with. Go ahead, Bill.
Ed, thank you very much. I really appreciate that introduction. Good morning, everybody. It's a real pleasure to be here on several fronts. First of all, I really want to congratulate the Vienna Wireless Society in two ways. Way number one is congratulations on being named by the Dayton Hamvention as the Club of the Year nationally. that is a real feather in the cap. I did some background, and I noticed that there are 2,700 ARRL affiliated clubs throughout the United States. So to be named Club of the Year is a very high honor. And an example as to why the Dayton Hamvention bestowed that honor on the Vienna Wireless Society, today's Hamfest, virtual Hamfest, is an example. It shows the leadership. This is a great occasion because since the pandemic restrictions went into effect in March of last year, this is only the second ARRL affiliated Hamfest since March of 2020. West Virginia had its Hamfest virtually, its a state convention last August, and we've had nothing except some informal, I call them trunk Hamfests since then. But it's great to be here, and I really want to congratulate everybody, and especially for taking the 3-track approach so that people can really grasp whatever is of interest in the field of amateur radio today. I also want to thank Vienna Wireless Society for your outstanding hospitality. I had the privilege of visiting your field day site twice, in 2016 and in 2018 at the park in Burke, Virginia. And field day is one of my absolute favorite times to go visit clubs and see people. And certain clubs stand out as giving exceptionally warm welcomes, and the Vienna Club did. So thank you for doing that. And I want to thank our director, Bud Hipsley, W2RU, for not only his remarks today, but to expand upon the fact that of the 15 board directors, only 5 are elected by their peers to represent their members on the executive committee. The executive committee is the entity which handles all ARRL policy between the 2 board meetings each year in July and January. And Bud has served on that committee since his election as director. And that's a testament to him. So we have excellent representation in the Roanoke division nationally at ARRL. I wanted to spend some time today in showing folks, and I'm going to do a little screen share, a reminder of some of the resources that are available through ARRL when you're a member. And I'm going to, let's see, I'm going to go to screen share, and let's bring this up. I hope this is going to work. Let's see. Well, oh yeah, here we go. All right. Yes. All right. Here's what I wanted to show you. First of all, and this is something that this is probably one of the biggest things that Bud and I and section managers hear when we're at Hamfest, and that is members do not hear as often as they'd like from, or never hear from their ARRL leadership. And the thing is, you need to opt in to receive ARRL publications. And roughly 2/3 of members do, but it's always astounding. There's about 1/3 who do not for whatever reason. So I just want to have a quick review. You go into your profile, you log in, and right under here where you log in, it says edit your profile. Once you go into edit your profile, these groups of tabs will come up. Go to edit email subscriptions and look at this list. Every one of these things is available to you free of charge as part of your basic membership. And the one in here that I want to make sure that you check off is this: news and information from your division director and section manager. This is the way that we get information pushed out to you. Section managers typically send out a section newsletter once a month, and we at the division level send one out 3 to 4 times a year. So do take advantage of that. It's the best way to stay in touch. The other thing I wanted to share with you this morning is the explosion in social media. And because we're hams, we are not we don't tend to use other forms of communications, ironically. But social media is exploding, and particularly where the growth of amateur radio and reaching younger people is, it's where we wish to really need to put some effort. And I had it, and you know what's going on? Hold on here. The click tab is behind my picture, and I'm trying to get oh, there we go. All right, so I'm going to just do this. And I just want to share with you some social media resources inside, because this is the growth area for ARRL. All right, so if you go to the ARRL social media page and just type in, as I did here, social media, you can see, and I'm going to go back up in a second. The first thing is you can go down within your own section and see what resources there are. And here is Virginia. And you can see that Virginia has a Facebook page dedicated to Aries and Races. It does have an Instagram account. It also has a Twitter account. And those of you who may be on here who may be more public relations related or are serving as public information officers, of these three platforms, the one that is most effective in getting to conventional media, meaning broadcast television, broadcast radio, and newspapers, is this one, Twitter. Twitter is, I realize it's not as big as Facebook is, but if you want to reach to government officials, regulators, and media, Twitter is the platform that is preferred. So there is the information on there. Now we'll move up to the division level. And in the Roanoke division, we have a Facebook page and a website. And there they are listed there. In fact, I want to move over here and talk about the ARRL Roanoke division Facebook page. This is an open Facebook page. It's available for anybody. It is moderated, but we encourage the use, and the purpose behind it is to share information among the 4 sections which comprise the Roanoke division. And those 4 sections are Virginia, West Virginia, North Carolina, and South Carolina. We ask that postings that go on here, please be, the basic question is what I'm about to post relevant to my fellow 12,000 hams or ARRL members throughout those 4 states? Sometimes we see posts that are very local in nature, and while that's good, it may not have an impact on the majority of other viewers. So we ask that, like today's event, you'll see here that Brendan O'Neill and I posted about today's convention. That is very, very worthy. Special events, I think somebody posted something about the USS Wisconsin and Norfolk being on the air. That's of interest because we have people who like to communicate in special events. Those are always a lot of fun. Big announcements that may affect key personnel changes, those are of interest. I would discourage maybe overly technical things because I just personally, I think there are other forums that may be more appropriate for that. This is really information. It's kind of, think of it as a town hall among all the members in there. And let's go back to the ARRL page. So that's the division. And then here nationally at ARRL, ARRL does have different Facebook pages. There's one just for ARRL itself, and there's also Logbook of the World. And also LOTA, which is, OTA, On the Air, which is really a forum for beginner, intermediate, or hams who are getting back in after a long period. Very, very great to see, a great resource. We also have in here pages and face groups devoted to Skywarn, the college effort, which is growing. Here are the Twitter accounts. There is a YouTube channel, which is growing, I want to put in, and LinkedIn. So that's an overview of social media. One other thing I'd like to do before we get into just general conversation is lifelong learning. This is a very exciting area of growth within ARRL. And it's going to be growing, in my opinion, exponentially. Let me just thread the needle here and get in there so I can click that go button. There it is. And this will be the last part of the show and tell that I have before we go on to just conversation. Actually, that's not true. I fibbed. I got one more after this. The ARRL Learning Center. This launched this past year and is really an update of a treasure that a lot of people did not realize existed. ARRL has had a video library for a long time with presentations that were appropriate for club meetings. For example, if you had a speaker who bailed at the last second, this was a handy resource to go in and show club members at a monthly meeting or so what's going on. But now, Chris Bickle, who was the manager in charge of this, is vetting and putting out a series of videos that are just fantastic, along with webinars. And they're all here. This is just a fantastic resource page. This is the ARRL Learning Center page. I really encourage all of you, but especially those of you who have to do programming for your clubs, to look at this and this page and see about all of what's available. And down at the bottom, if you have a suggestion or you're looking for some type of presentation or video, you can send an email to Chris Bickle at Lifelong Learning Programs at ARRL.org right there. And this is probably one of the most valuable pages right now, I think, as a resource within ARRL. And the last thing I want to share with you, and I hope it will come up, I'll be honest with you, I didn't vet this one in advance, and if we don't get much, I'm going to just be able to tell you about it. And that is called the ARRL Challenge. And what that means is the name is a little deceiving. It means that you have access as a member to all 4 periodic publications, and on a mobile app, it's called ARRL Challenge. It's not coming up here the way I did. So I'm going to stop sharing the screen. I'm going to talk about this verbally right now. It is, the challenge is that when you're an ARRL member, you get to receive one of 2 magazines in print. You either get QST once a month, or you get On the Air, which is a bi-monthly publication. So you get 6 copies of On the Air as print. You have your choice. It's either or, not both. But you can do it either way. And I think headquarters would get a little upset if you kept opting back and forth on it. So when you make a choice, you stick with it with a while. However, you will get access to all 4 periodic publications as part of your membership. And those 4 are QST, the primary flagship publication of ARRL, On the Air, which is the bi-monthly new magazine designed for new and intermediate hams or hams getting back into the hobby after a long absence. I've been licensed now for 50 years and I'm learning new stuff through On the Air magazine, so it's great. National Contest Journal, those of you, and I encourage folks to look at that. Even if you're not a contester, there is no question that your best operators and the best operating skills that people employ can be seen and found through magazines like National Contest Journal. And the fourth one is QEX, Quebec Echo X-ray. That is the magazine designed for experimenters, the DIYers among us. And all those are available as basic charges. I also want to point out that now there are podcasts coming out. I know a lot of hams now that are downloading those onto their smartphones, and then playing them in their car while they travel. And the podcasts are really quite of a great caliber. There's Becky Schoenfeld, who is the editor of QST, hosts one, and then the former editor of QST, Steve Ford, also hosts a podcast where they bring in experts, and it's a very great conversation on all sorts of topics within amateur radio. Some of them are technical, some of them are maybe deal in the regulatory realm, but they're a great way if you're traveling and you've got some time to listen. Those are all available too. So let me also finish up here before we get to questions on what's happening in the field of licensing. And that is, we had, there's been a lot of changes in the, and proposed changes in the VE process. It's been kind of a maddening time as the FCC has really stepped up. And I think what we've seen is that, and it really, I feel for the FCC, because what they're doing is they've been mandated by Congress to make every radio service, and I mean no exclusions, which means that some of the exemptions we in amateur radio enjoy have been by the FCC mandated to be in the same realm as commercial wireless services. So what I'm talking about here in terms of applications of VER, first off, VE sessions no longer, or applications, a 605 form, will no longer accept a social security number. And that's actually been in effect now for probably 6 or 9 months, in that range. And a lot of VE sessions now, when they hold it, if an applicant comes in and does not have their FRN number, their assigned universal licensing system number from the FCC, the VE moderators will look it up online and then transcribe the FRN number onto the application. Applications, I understand, will not be processed without an FRN number. So even if you're a first-time applicant, I know a lot of VEs now are setting up so if somebody walks in not realizing they need an FRN number, the first thing that will happen is that the before even paying the money for the test, is that the test taker will, with the help of the VE, go online to create an FRN, and then that number is issued on the spot, and then transcribe that number onto the 605 application form. Also, starting on in June, late June, every 605 application form will have to have an email address. There'll be, like so many services, the FCC is cutting back on the cost of using physical delivery. And the way that's going to be done is through email. So every application starting in, I think it's June 29th, every 605 form will have, at that point, require both an FRN and an email address. Now, let's turn to the controversy that has happened over the fees. And many of you know that in the fall, the FCC said that starting that there would be a $35 fee assessed for new applications and renewals, including applying for vanity calls. We have just gotten some recent guidance, and this is a moving target, by the way. I wish I had some real definitive answers to give you, but I will share with you that if you go to a VE session, you're really going to end up, as we're thinking, with two types of payments. One would be the VE assessing a fee for taking the test, which we're all used to right now. ARRL's assessment fee is $15, but you'll also have a separate payment on your own for $35 to the FCC directly. And that will probably be some kind of payment portal, which the FCC is setting up, such as using a credit card to get on through. Check back with us. This is all new. I hate to say it, but when blanket predictions come out in the law saying every radio service must be applied to this, because of our unique status, we're always a little bit of a second tier consideration just by virtue of our numbers and the nature of who we are. And so the FCC at this point, from what we understand, does not have the infrastructure in place yet to turn on for the collection of that $35 fee, but it is expected to happen soon. That's all I've got at my end. I'm going to turn it back to our moderator, Ed Gibbs, and I want to again thank you all for being here today and thank the Vienna Wireless Society for the opportunity to be here and for hosting the Virginia Section Convention. Thanks very much.
Thank you, Bill. Very comprehensive and detailed. And if anyone has any questions, please put it to Bill. I am going to talk a little bit about the section if our section manager isn't here. Joe, are you here? All right, I think he's over at the ARES track. First of all, I recognize as the assistant section manager, there's an awful lot of people right here that I've worked with over the past, 2 years, a year and a half. And there's too many to recognize right now individually, but some of them you'll see, those of you who do not know me or some of these folks, you will see them in the future forums today. We've got a few. One is going to be a national forum that I worked with Vienna Wireless to put together, and that's going to be on the future of ham radio. And we have in the national part, very, very interesting folks that have very interesting ideas about what ham radio is going to look like in the future. And then as I've traversed the section, there's going to be 4 or 5 clubs that have kind of stuck out in my mind. And through the couple of years I've been around, and they're going to talk about what they do to innovate. Because frankly, in this section, I found a lot of innovation going on. It hasn't been advertised, but as I get to that information, I put it in the newsletter. Now, my newsletter does not go through the ARRL Blast. I have my own distro, and I send them out to clubs that are listed. I send out to individuals that I have requested the newsletter. Different organizations, whether they're ARRL or not, want that newsletter. If any of you are interested and are not on the list, or you do not get it through your clubs, contact me at kw4gf@arrl.net. I'm also very regularly available. I've had people call me, email me if they have a question or a problem, and that's fine. I will attempt to get that answer to you, and if I can't answer it, then I will find the people who can answer the questions. Again, I've worked with clubs all over the state, and I'm very, very happy to have seen what I see. Now, let me tell you about some things that I need. As a section leader, we cannot work as individuals. I've noticed that in the Virginia section, that there's a lot put on section leaders to solve problems, and they do not have teams. On the section leadership side, this is what I need in the future, and I will put this into the newsletter. We need an affiliated club coordinator, someone who will watch the clubs, help update ARRL information about the clubs, and also find out what's going on and how they're doing if they need any assistance or help. There'll be a comprehensive description, but I don't think it's going to be so involved that an individual can't take that on. Am I asking a current leader to do that? No, but I know there's people in clubs that really hanker to do something interesting. And with the affiliated club coordinator, I hope I have 2 or 3 people in different sections of the states who will work together. Another position I'm looking for is a youth coordinator. I'd like a few people to come together with me and coordinate youth activities in the state. That's extremely important. Now, what will that do? That will allow a leader like me to work with others and others to work with the state to figure out how to make things work better. Again, leaders cannot work in isolation. And when people get called for different things, it's nice to have a team. And that's what we need. Okay. So I don't have anything more on the section. Again, if you have questions about the section or what's going on or things that you're interested in, please put it in the Q&A, or you can write me directly at kw4gf@arrl.net if you don't want to put it out here. And we'll move into a Q&A. The first Q&A I think I want to do is I have a question myself for Bud. You talked about spectrum defense. Besides donating to the ARRL, what's other actions that individual clubs and individual hams can take to protect our bands and our frequencies?
And I guess I don't have control of my video. Oh, now I do, maybe. Yeah, there we go. Thank you. Fine, now I got to move that out of the way. Okay, good. I think that's an interesting question. And I would say this: what clubs and individuals can do is uphold the ethics of the amateur radio service. I think what we have seen over the past few decades is increasing deregulation. You know, the FCC has had budget cuts. They've had, as you know, they've closed monitoring stations all over the country over the course of a number of years. The resources they have available for monitoring the various services have just plain declined. We see that in our MOU with the FCC for the Volunteer Monitor Program, that amateurs are being asked to take on a greater share of the monitoring that used to be part of the regulatory function that the FCC provided. At least it was when I came into the amateur service some decades ago. And I think we do amateur radio and its access to spectrum the best that we can do by being the best that we can be as radio amateurs in our on-the-air presence and in our off-the-air presence. Amateur radio is just this phenomenal activity that involves so many sub-activities within it, whether you're interested in emergency communications, whether you're interested in installing a mobile rig in your car, whether you're interested in mountain topping or direction finding, in experimentation, circuit development. There are just so many aspects to this hobby, and there are all ways in which we can show that amateur radio is worthy of the frequencies that we have available to us and will continue to be worthy going forward. An example is how can we locally, for instance, help connect the amateur service and what it is we have for skills and resources to the STEM programs in our various local school systems. If there were, if there was ever an activity in life from, let's say, late elementary years, elementary school years, right on up through all phases of adulthood, through working careers and into retirement, it would be amateur radio. There's something there for everyone of all ages, and getting connected to the STEM programs certainly would be just a wonderful gold star for amateur radio as we do this throughout the nation. The connections we have on ARRS, the International Space Station, amateur radio involvement in the International Space Station, and the links to the schools around the country is just one small example of that. So I would say, give free rein to your thoughts about how you can make amateur radio shine for the regulatory agencies, for Congress, and for the general public at large. Over.
Thank you, Joe. And thank you, Bud, for that comprehensive answer. I see that Melissa's here. And as we're both educators, Melissa, I'm retired on the elementary level. I am sure you had you gave it thumbs up on Bud's answer, because I know you love to hear that. All right, so Andrew, and I don't know if that's our Andrew out there in Culpeper or the R3M Com group, but thank you for your question. And this can go to either one of our director or vice director, but let me start with our director first. In response to the $35 fee being assessed by the FCC, is it still in the NPRM stage, or has it been released to the Federal Register? If in the NPRM stage, is there any suggested action we as citizens and amateurs should or can take to provide our feedback?
Well, I don't think, regardless, let me, unable to start. Okay, there we go. There I am. I don't think this came about because of something called the Ray Bombs Act in Congress. This is not something the FCC started, and the FCC has had to implement it. Okay, I don't think there's short of getting Congress to change its mind. I don't see that there's anything that makes sense to do to try to get the FCC to stop it. I believe that as Bill mentioned, and when he started talking about the fee, that the FCC is under a mandate, as are other agencies, I'm sure, to generate revenue from the things under their purview. I do have a couple remarks with respect to the fees that I would add to what Bill said. First of all, what isn't definite at this point is the only thing that's not definite. This is in effect, but the thing that's not definite is the start date for collecting amateur radio fees, and that's because the amateur radio service has to be added to the existing fee collection system that the FCC has in place for other services where they've been collecting fees for some years. Also, worth noting, if the only time that fee is due is if you take an exam through a VE exam session and you pass. Okay, that fee may not have been clear, but that fee is not due if you don't pass the exam, and the application does not go on from the exam coordinator to the FCC. There is no requirement that the VEs handle the fee. the person taking the exam who passed the exam is expected to be able to directly pay the FCC. But however, it's also expected, and again, these are expectations until the actual wording comes out. We won't know this for sure, but it's also expected that as an alternative, the exam coordinator can put together a single payment from all the people who took the exam at a given session and pay the FCC in a lump sum. Both of those, it's my understanding that both of those are already possible within the ULS system. But if you're a volunteer examiner and you choose not to handle the fee in any way, shape, or manner, you do not have to. So that's I think. Pardon my French. I think the fee is a fait accompli, and all that remains is the FCC to announce the date that it will start collecting those fees. Over.
All right, thank you, Bud, for that comprehensive answer. I don't have any other questions, but I do have a question for Bill Maureen, N2COP. And he recently had spent a lot of time on the Public Relations Committee of the ARRL. So Bill, over listening around nationally what clubs have done to push the bar on their own public relations, you mentioned some social media things. What other things have pushed the club bar on? We see the listings on the ARRL newsletter on a weekly basis about media contacts from clubs. What have you found to be really successful type of topics that clubs put through their local media outlets?
Well, thank you, Ed, and everybody coming back. In fact, I want to dovetail my remarks with the question that you initiated at the beginning, which was, what can we do to be really more visible in the community? And I'm going to quote that famous host of the variety show of yesteryear, Ed Sullivan. And as Ed Sullivan said, you never cut an act that features either kids or animals. And I say that because I see one of our attendees today is Melissa Poore. I want to thank Melissa and her fellow teacher, Kathy Lamont, for all they've done to show how amateur radio can be part of the overall STEM curriculum, STEM, science, technology, engineering, math. Also, I hear these days STEAM with arts thrown in there too. These are I'm going to paraphrase that STEM outreach and emergency communications are the two tails that wag the dog. And I'm saying that deliberately because for decades and decades, amateur radio has been known as a hobby, and a very wholesome and healthy hobby that focuses a large portion on long distance communications, particularly through the realms of contesting and DXing. In my travels and in talking with various government officials, NGO officials, non-government organizations, American National Red Cross, Salvation Army, various faith-based response groups, that what resonates with the public in understanding and accepting amateur radio is not so much the hobby side for those of us who enjoy that, but rather our public service and our integration of amateur radio into the studies of physical science and social sciences. That gets back to the Ed Sullivan comment that when you're showing and paving the way for kids what they can do, that's just a natural hook to raise visibility. We've had tremendous success, Ed, in coverage of events like ARRS, Amateur Radio Aboard the International Space Station. These are special events that schools can petition to have conversations with astronauts. I've had the privilege of attending 5 ARRS events, and all 5 have just been highly successful and have done a lot to promote the image of amateur radio favorably. There's also I think in the area of emergency communications, a lot of people just don't realize that yes, commercial communication systems have hardened and have gotten much, much better, but there still remain critical points in which there could be a loss of phone and internet services. And if that happens, that we provide a tertiary fallback. In the latest annual report of ARRL, the current one that's publicly released is the 2019 report. The 2020 annual report will come out in probably 2 months. That in it, on one of the pages, it said that ARRL ARES, so I'm not including Oxcom or other response vehicles, ARES donated the equivalent of $14 million of tax-free public service on behalf of residents of the United States in the year 2018, because this was the 2019 report. That's just the equivalent volunteer value of time. If we add in other volunteer services, and by the way, those are only the reported hours. We know that unfortunately a lot of hours have not been reported from various public service entities in all sections. If we add in and make an estimate of that, plus the equipment that we amateurs own and maintain of our own pockets, we could easily justify somewhere in the vicinity of maybe $50 million of donated equipment and equivalent services tax-free to the American public. This is an area that particularly established and seasoned hams who really enjoy DXing and contesting may not necessarily understand. But when you present that line of argument to the public, particularly through media, be it emergency occasions, be it the areas of discovery that we see in ARRIS, in drone. Right now, drone applications are a very hot area among younger people. High altitude balloons, these are the things that open the public's eyes as to what a magnificent resource amateur radio is. And I'm going to finish up with on this segment with a comment from former ARRL CEO Dave Sumner, K1ZZ, who said he calls amateur radio a national resource. I've always liked that, and I use that, and it is a national resource because of those many things we can do. Another description I like of amateur radio is a hobby with purpose. I think that using those two examples really can help promote, if we think about it, to what we can do. So Ed, a long-winded answer, but I hope that answers the thrust of your question.
It does answer the question, and I want to give an anecdote. And I see Melissa is still here, and Sterling Man N0SSC, who's going to be on the next panel that I asked to come on, will like this one because it involves somebody they know. And I'll tell an anecdote for all of you hams, and I've told it to a few of you. Several years ago, I was up, maybe Pearl Harbor 2019 for the USS Wisconsin Radio Club, which I'm a member of. I was up on the Wisconsin, and I was operating 20 meters. And I got this pileup, huge pileups we get on the Wisconsin, especially Pearl Harbor and museum ships on the air. So I'm listening, and trying to deal with the pileup, and I hear this call sign. And it's familiar to me, and if you come to the next panel, it'll be familiar to you. W4IPC is Connor Black, and he's going to be on the next panel. And I hear him say W4IPC stroke KP4. Well, Connor's a member of the USS Wisconsin Radio Club. He's also a pretty interesting guy here in southeastern Virginia. So what he did was, I'm listening to it, and I'm thinking, what's Connor doing in Puerto Rico? I mean, I'm using my 20th century mindset. What's he doing in Puerto Rico? So I just kind of ignored it, and I figured I'll get to Connor. So he calls again, and I said, Connor, what are you doing in Puerto Rico? He said, I'm not in Puerto Rico. I'm next door in the next room. He was talking to me remote. So there you go. There's the future of ham radio. Let's see. So there we go. I'm trying to see if we have one more or a couple more
Ed?
questions.
Ed,
Yes.
this is Bud. If I can have video, I want to respond to a couple of questions.
Go right ahead.
Okay. One question is that why can't the ARRL do more to get the cost of get the fee reduced? Well, the ARRL did get the fee reduced. It filed very strong comments in support of removing the fee entirely, and in response, the FCC did go back, reanalyze what they considered to be break even for processing applications, and reduced the initial fee of $50 to $35. Now, I know that the fee appears as a lump sum at the beginning of a licensing period, but that fee might be spread over 10 years. So is $3.50 a year too much for anyone to spend on an amateur radio license? Yeah, I understand it's a lump sum at the beginning. And if you happen to read the details of the last board meeting of the league, you will see motion was introduced, and it's been it went to committee, and the committee will be coming back at the next board meeting with a recommendation that would have the league pick up that cost for young hams up to a limit, at least initially, for young applicants. I shouldn't say hams, but for young applicants, prospective hams. So the league is doing what it can under the current legislative environment. But to the other question that I see out there, the FCC was powerless to eliminate the fee completely. This was legislated by Congress. If it's to be changed, it has to be unlegislated by Congress. And I probably should have been a little more comprehensive in my first answer and say that one of the board's committees that the league has is the Legislative Advocacy Committee. And certainly this is a topic that's on their plate. And I will say this about almost any thing that needs to be addressed through legislation. Neither the league nor any of a number of other organizations outside of government can have a whole lot of effect on the path, the process, the timing, the schedule with which Congress and its committees and people work to put together legislation or changes to legislation. So you have to understand it's not something that the FCC can wave away based on the power of arguments that it's received. We believe we made the strongest possible presentation, as did many others, it should be noted, to have the fees removed entirely. They are bound by the legislation, by the law of the land to do what they did. The solution now is to see if the law of the land can be changed. And I'm not inclined, I can't speak to the details of that, but I can assure you that that is an issue that the Legislative Advocacy Committee has in front of it and is evaluating how best to proceed. Over.
Thank you, Bud. All right, are there any other questions for Bud, Bill, or me? We are now at 10:08 and the forum ends in 2 minutes, and anyone can have a question that needs to be answered. Let me ask Bud and Bill we got 1 more minute. So let me ask Bill one more question real quickly. And that is, what do you like about our division?
Oh, I love the variety of operators in our division, and I love the talent in our division. I am continuously impressed with the people I run across in all 4 sections. Virginia, just by virtue of being the population it has and being near the nation's capital, there is a talent pool that is so deep, and the resources available there. I just hope that that Virginia will continue to be a leader, both in the division, the section division, and nationally, and just have the people who, particularly the strong military background that is in Virginia, people who are just so versed in different types of wireless applications. It's very impressive, and it's just fun for me to go around and meet with those club members and just see and find out what it is that people are doing. There's so much innovation that comes out of Virginia, and that's an inspiration for everyone.
Okay. Joe, I think we're, let's see. All right. Joe, I think we're just about out of time. Can I ask one more question of Bud, or are we out of time? Okay, let's see, says, go ahead. All right, Bud. My question for you is, what would you like to see the division improve at as division director? Well, how can we get better?
I would like. Oh,
These are teacher questions.
That's a loaded question. Thanks, Ben. Yeah, what could we do better? I would like to see our clubs do what do I want to say? A better sweep of bringing people in their various local territories into the amateur radio, into the hobby, into the service through multiple focus areas, whether it's emergency communications, whether it's linkages for STEM purposes, whatever it may be. And the league, I will tell you, will be enhancing its interaction with the clubs going forward. So it's going to be both ends of the street working together, and I look forward to that. I'm a former officer in my own local club here, and I very definitely am looking forward to the reinforcement and the synergy that will come from increased activity and focus areas on our local part, combined with guidance and assistance from headquarters.
All right, thank you so much, and look forward, Bud, to getting down to Franklin County and breaking bread with you sometime. Well, I'm just going to start a video here. I want to thank all of you for coming today and being a part of this experience. We're here to help anybody who needs help, and we appreciate that you're willing to work with us and work with your clubs, and to work in, especially we've got people working with children, and as a 5th grade teacher, I love that. So we thank you for coming, and please come and enjoy the rest of the day in different tracks. We're going to be up with a good track in a good presentation in a few moments. Take care, and bye-bye. 73.
Hi, Linda. Good morning. It's Bill Maureen, N2COP. I just wanted to have a quick chat with Bud about our respective performance we just had.
Unmute. Okay. I don't know how to do that, Bill. I'm sorry. Can you ask Joe about that? Or do you want me to put that in the chat? Okay. All right, there's that. All I can see is my screen. Okay. It's 10:16, so we're going to get started here. Good morning, and my name is Lynn Rafferty. This is Accelerating Change in Amateur Radio. We're so glad you all have joined us. I'll be the moderator for this session, and this is part of the Hot Topics track. So if you didn't mean to be here, there's 2 other tracks, and I think those are up in the connections. Links to those are up in the sidebar, I believe, in the chat window. So before we get started, I'd like to thank our sponsors, West Mountain Radio, Ham Badgers, BioNO Power, and ICOM. This session will be 50 minutes long, and after opening comments from the panelists, we'll open the floor to questions from all of you in the audience. So please type your questions in the chat window, and I'll pass them along to the panelists. So, accelerating change in amateur radio. Amateur radio has continually been changing since the earliest days, but like other technologies today, the rate of change seems to be increasing, and the acceleration of change is accelerating. So each of our speakers here have a unique and relevant perspectives on this, and they're going to talk about that and how we adapt to these new opportunities while still leaving room for hand-operated telegraph keys. Our first panelist is Sterling Mann, N0SSC. He has a lifelong interest in communication via radio. He was first licensed at age 16. He later got active in his university radio club, and he's an electrical engineer working on antennas and electromagnetic design and analysis. He's even worked on the Very Large Array. He's the youth editor for ARRL, and he has a blog and a YouTube channel that includes a youth workshop series and a variety of other radio topics. So, Sterling, I'm going to turn it over to you now.
All right, thank you very much for the introduction. Only one correction. I was the former youth editor for ARRL, and that position ended back in 2014. And that's actually an interesting point worth talking about when it comes to accelerating change. So thanks for having me. Thanks for inviting me. I just have a couple of short notes to talk about accelerating change. So I see it as one of 2 ways we could go as a society of amateur radio operators. The first way is kind of an intrinsic or internalized, basically sit around and do nothing version of accelerating change. We just wait around and wait for our calling, which is disasters. So we just, wait for the next big storm, big earthquake, and let ham radio take the limelight and get on the news for saving people's lives and bringing good news to those who are needing it the most. And honestly, that's a really bad idea because, you know, we do plan for disasters, but that's not how we plan for disasters. We do know that during such things, hurricanes, that ham radio does play a huge role in relief communications and relief in general. But I know some people have relied on that too much as a way to make ham radio interesting to, you know, normal folk, I guess. But I think we should take a much more extrinsic approach, a much more proactive approach, internalized, or not internalized, going outside of the box of, you know, the IMCOM world. Because amateur radio, we'll see in a couple of future presentations today that amateur radio has amazing implications in the STEM industry or the STEM fields, science, technology, engineering, math. And that's why I'm an engineer. It's because I started ham radio back when I was honestly reading the books back at 13 and got my license at 16. And that education, getting an extra class license in high school, put me way ahead of all of my peers in college, almost till circuits 2 when I was like a junior in college, giving me that knowledge of basic circuit design and RF analysis and testing and that sort of stuff that put me into places like the Very Large Array Radio Telescope, now in the aerospace industry doing all kinds of electrophysics and antenna design and you know, all the fun stuff. So anyway, I think we need to take a proactive action. We need to, in the words of Josh Nast, KI6NAZ, he runs the Ham Radio Crash Course channel, is to normalize amateur radio as a household term. It's to bring it into the limelight as just a thing that people do that's not weird. It's not your weird uncle or grandpa who sits in the basement and just calls CQ on all day long and rag chews on his big AM racks. It's different. Ham radio is a public and open hobby that's open to everyone. You can do anything with it. Talk to astronauts, you know, talk to repeaters, all the things that we all know here. But the public needs to know more, you know, than it's just an IMCOM thing, or is that like CB radio? It's like, how do we tell people that there's so much more to it? And we need to get out of our 20th century mindset. Like Ed, you shared, it looked like Ed left, but he shared that story with W4IPC, Connor Black, with remote operations. So, I mean, technology integrations in the amateur radio is obviously a great thing for accelerating change, but I think what I want to see is marketing and publications and PR at all the levels simultaneously, not just from the top down. So you have the ITU and the IRU showing up at ITU conventions and talking about the benefits of ham radio and all that. And then you go down to IRU regionals. So region 1, 2, 3, they're helping all the member societies. And then the member societies, for example, ARRL is hiring professional marketing contracts, which may or may not be helpful to them. I mean, we've seen some mixed results with some professional marketing, and I know Bob Intermitson really well and how busy he's always being with being the publications or the marketing director. I don't know if that's his real title, but he's the face of a lot of ARRL's public base. So cheers to him for keeping up that busy work. But what can they tell us what can they teach us that they have learned through these marketing contracts and trying to sell ham radio to the public, not just to ourselves? That's a big problem we have. We're super insular, and we need to sell ham radio to the public, to people, not just to us. You know, ARRL is trying to get membership from other hams, sure, but like it would behoove ourselves to sell ham radio to normal people who aren't in ham radio or aren't licensed and might be, you know, might become hams. And then, so that's one idea. Another idea is partnering with the IoT industry. A fourth generation of the fourth industrial revolution is coming up, and that's Internet of Things. And I think the Things Network is I don't know if it's a consortium or a business or a company, but it's basically it's an interleaving between a hobbyist and a professional use of short-range radio to become the Internet of Things. And in Europe, it's extremely popular. There's several YouTubers who talk about ESP 8266 or 8360, whatever the very small, cheap, low-cost Wi-Fi, essentially Bluetooth chip that can communicate short ranges and send little packets of data, just like APRS does. So again, there's these overlaps, and people need to realize that amateur radio can lay a brilliant foundation for even a hobbyist getting into the IoT industry. So there's that level. Then we go down to the club level. Always have dedicated outreach. We all do field day, but field day can't be the only thing that we do all year to become the public eye of amateur radio. We need to do more than that. We need to have a field day like every month or so, every couple of months. That isn't necessarily a field day, but some sort of activity that your club goes out and introduces themselves into the public. For example, getting with your library and having classrooms and workshops on a regular basis to anybody, not just hams, to teach them about things like the Doppler shift or satellite orbital mechanics and how that relates to amateur radio and propagation, things that, they're just classes that people can take, but it gives them awareness, even though they're not like required or anything. It's just something that some people will have an interest in, and that will magically bring in subscribers, I guess, bring in new members. And so that's about it. That's all the notes I wrote in the last 10 minutes. Just to go beyond INCOM and embrace our STEM core, our STEM foundation. And then also a note to all the movers and shakers, people you see here, is to have us collaborate frequently. And we come up with some brilliant ideas, and a lot of times they just kind of fall flat. They don't get shared out. It behooves us, the big faces, the luminaries in ham radio, to come together and help out everyone with our ideas and publish them in a public fashion in some way, shape, or form. So that's it. Oh, and Ed is here. Hi, Ed. All right. So that's my soapbox. So I think I've taken up all the time that I should, and I'll send it back to you.
All right, thanks a lot, Sterling. And I've already written down a bunch of questions to ask you, so I'm sure we'll circle back and do that. And I'm sure there's going to be questions from the audience. Next up, we have Sid Caesar, NH7C, who Sid was also first licensed as a teenager. And after 37 years of being a radio operator, he continues to be enthusiastic about amateur radio, always looking for ways to grow the hobby and to inspire others to join the amateur radio community. He's chairman of the ARRL Public Relations Committee, and outside of radio, Sid is the president of American Gold Sports Alliance, which is a 501c3 nonprofit sports foundation. So Sid, I'm going to turn it over to you now.
Okay, I'm trying to open my video and it says the host has disabled my video. Okay, there we go. Whoop, try that again. There we go. Okay. Hello, everybody. Can you hear me all right? Got to make sure that I'm being heard. All right.
I can hear you well.
Excellent. Thank you, Lynn. Appreciate the introduction. One update is that I am no longer the national chair of the ARRL Public Relations Committee after 6 years and 3 years as the chairman. I've moved aside to spend more time with my own personal amateur radio activities, but also my coaching, and then with my 501c3 non-for-profit American Gold Sports Alliance. So in the last 6 years, I spent a lot of time working with an excellent committee of people from across the country to make sure that the people who did not know anything about amateur radio or new to amateur radio from the public were given positive information and could find additional information to learn more about amateur radio, whether that was the news media, the general public, elected officials. But what I'm going to talk about today for just a few minutes, and Lynn, I might need some time if I go off on a tangent, but I'd really like to talk about the retention of the amateur radio licensed people throughout the country that we already have. and from both a club perspective and then just an individual perspective. And one of the things that excites me about amateur radio is there's always something new. There's always something new for me. And I'm never bored with amateur radio. If I'm ever bored, well, then all I have to do is turn on the radio and start talking to someone, and they can get me really excited about something. I've tried throughout my many decades of being an amateur radio operator, remembering why I got involved. What made amateur radio so exciting for me? And I will let everybody know that I got started as a teenager, but it was mostly because of the Skywarn program. I was very interested in weather, and that set me on to go on to meteorology school and to serve as in the federal government for over 27 years in emergency management, of which I continue on as a contractor here in the Washington, D.C. area. But I look at, and I'm calling to you from my car here. I just finished practice. I coach girls lacrosse at Woodson High School in Fairfax, Virginia. And I had this idea the other day when I was thinking about this presentation, is we've got plenty of people who have made our team as amateur radio operators, but we don't do a lot to retain these members. In the emergency management world, I do a lot with the Community Emergency Response Team program, or CERT. And many people, especially over the last few years, have joined the amateur radio ranks because of CERT. But unfortunately, what happens is people get involved, they get all excited, and then there aren't any call-ups, there aren't any major disaster events. And then we lose these people. They say, okay, I got the license, but I didn't have any fun. So they go back to whatever made them happy before, whether it was doing things with their family, sporting events, other hobbies. And the ability to keep people interested and being part of an active club is very important. With individuals, there's so many things, and even with our COVID pandemic, there are so many things that people can get involved with. And as amateur radio clubs and national organizations, we want to see people continue on. But we don't want it to be like one and done. We want people to get knowledge, retain that knowledge, and see how they can help their community, whether it's in emergency communications or whether it's public service events, or just really the enjoyment of the hobby. My personal my personal interests, as I mentioned, have been all over the place. I enjoy contesting. I enjoy worked all states. I enjoy going after some of the awards like worked all zones and the DXCC program and some of the other CQ awards. But then there are times where I like to experiment. I really, a few years ago, when some of the WSJT programs, the digital programs that came out, FT4, FT8, JT65, I've played with all of them. But the most exciting things is when I just throw up a little antenna, get on 10 meters, 6 meters, 2 meters, and do some meteor scatter using those programs. A few years ago, it was either you were using Morse code or using voice, but there were no electronic means of making these contacts. And now it's almost commonplace to make meteor scatter contacts. The one thing I haven't done yet is anything with the moon. So that's still on my personal checklist of what I want to do. I want to do some Earth, Moon, Earth, EME communications through the moon. There's some other things that I would like to do, but the idea of I feel that I need to do something to make sure that other people are excited. So when I was on the public relations committee for the ARRL, I made sure I got out there, talked to clubs, and one of the most exciting clubs was the Vienna Amateur Radio Club, where I was fortunate to present and see how they do things. So when we think about clubs, their meeting was pretty exciting. I thought it was different. It wasn't just a business meeting and then there was a presenter and then everybody just talked for a while. There were actually introductions. There was a halftime when there were snacks, and I liked the snacks. They were really good. But there was a demonstration, there was the presentation that I put on, and then there's always the meeting after the meeting. And so when I go around to the different clubs, or would go around to the different clubs, the meetings, well, they weren't exciting. It was great to see other people, but there was just nothing going on. People would report on the same things, and there was no reason for outside people or new people to really make it a priority to get to the meetings. So when thinking about how to retain the members that we already have, the people that have already made our team, and you want them to join your club or be part of your field day activities, contest activities, public service activities, the ability to find something. It could be something even when it comes to field day, having a contest within the contest, seeing how many people can use their privileges and work at a mode that they're not familiar with. Maybe it's a worked all states contest within field day to see who can do it first on 10 meters on FT8, or who can do the largest number of states on CW, on Morse code, all kinds of different things. But unfortunately, we have new people that come into club meetings. They break down their barriers, they get out of their comfort zone, they come to your club meeting, and they don't even have a chance to introduce themselves. Or the next question, why are they there? What do they find interesting? I've been to far too many meetings in my career where there's a group in the back, where every time somebody brings up a new idea, new activity, something that they're thinking about, there's the group in the back that's done it. They did it 50 years ago. And well, you don't need to do that. Well, yes, people need to have their own goals and objectives. They need to know what the milestones are. The idea with Sterling's presentation, the idea of having someone who's extra class ham and they can still call themselves a teenager, that's excellent. And that leads all kinds of great places. But if new people aren't comfortable at your club meeting, then they're not going to come back. And then perhaps they'll lose interest or find some other hobby that is interesting to them. So the ability for individuals to get back to that point where you're an Elmer, help somebody. You like to contest, invite that young person over, invite that new ham over to your ham shack. Of course, now with COVID, we've got to make sure that we're safe. But the idea of getting on remotes, having some fun with that, finding a common thread within a club that's new, and experimenting with it. That's what's so fun about amateur radio for me, is experimentation. I like antennas, so I do all kinds of crazy things with antennas. I have loaded up the 2 trash cans and made a contact on 40 meters. People said it couldn't be done. Well, I tried it. I tried it at home, tried it at a club meeting, and it worked. So think about that. Everyone is an ambassador to new people and to the outside world when it comes to amateur radio. Let's work together. Let's brainstorm ideas. Let's get club meetings fun again. Let's get people to prioritize going to club meetings, be part of the group, helping out when there are disasters. Sure, that's great. That's important. Helping out in club events, field day. Let's get those numbers up. Let's find something exciting. All right, I don't know where I'm at with time. Those are my notes.
Oh, you're great. You're perfect. So thank you, Sid. And we're going to come back to you in a minute, but I want to bounce a question over to Sterling about what you mentioned with people coming in with CERT and then sort of losing their momentum. So Sterling, I want to see if you can address that. Because you mentioned going beyond MCOM and yeah, so would you be willing to talk on that?
Sure. So the problem really is retention. And when you were mentioning that, Sid, I thought back to all those times back in W0EEE, which was my college club, of we'd be out and at what do you call it, like resource fairs, like all of the organizations of the college would come out to the quad, and we'd put up tables, and all of the not just the organizations, but also the fraternities and sororities and all that stuff. So everyone's kind of competing for interest from everyone. And we had a really cool table. Like we had all the radios, they were turned on, Morse code was coming out, and there was a screen with the waterfall of WCAT or software defined radio in general. We had a arrow antenna kind of on a tripod just pointed to space. We put up a long wire antenna up in the trees. We were outside, so it really helped there. And we got buttloads of signups. Every time we do it, we get like almost 100 people sign up on a sheet of paper. We email them. 3 or 4 of them would come to a meeting, and then the next week there would be no one. So it's like, what's going on? And in that case, it's just really competing for interests and having things that are interesting for those people at that particular time. And sometimes we just kind of go by luck. Like we get lucky when someone comes to our club meetings and they stay. Other times, we could do something better. For example, one of the clubs I'm in or was in, a lady came in, a young lady came in, and one of her first introductions to somebody on the club was, "Hey, you're a YL. We need more YLs in our club. Can you get some more YLs in our?" Like, come on! Like, this was the first time that she showed up, and you're already harassing her and using like our jargon. Be a little more welcoming. And I guess that's advice I have to give to all the clubs: is being welcoming and being inclusive, and working skills. Because sometimes it might be the obtrusiveness of certain members of clubs and just certain people that can really turn off a number of people from hanging out. So that's kind of a generalist perspective from an InCom, since I haven't done much in InCom. Not much to say on that, but obviously any more than that, it's a important aspect. But like I said earlier, like we can't sit around and just wait for disasters to come. We have to keep it up. Search and rescue might be a really good place for to practice those InCom skills at a regular basis, especially if you're out in the West in the mountains and stuff. So. Not all I have.
All right. Okay, thanks. I couldn't find my video button. Sorry
That's
about
okay.
that. Okay. Also, you've worked with the public some, and you mentioned we need to sell it to the public, and what I've run into sometimes is there's a little bit of suspicion and people don't know what ham radio is. And, when I tell them, well, listen here, this is, we're hearing Europe here, I do it in a campground a lot. So I have people, get interested. But there's a suspicion about ham radio. And I talked to another ham just the other day about this, and his coworker was like, "Oh, that's really weird. What is it?" So how do we move beyond that? And that's a question for you, Sterling. I'll ask Sid in a second. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. That's the $1 million question. If a person who would be really able to answer that would be Josh KS6NAZ, because he's kind of started this mission within this YouTuber bunch. So it's a bunch of YouTubers who are ham radio operators that collaborate on videos, and that's the Monday night ham radio marathon, and then the Thursday night ham radio marathon. And that's a lot of work to put together, but essentially what they're trying to do is present videos that are welcoming to new people, welcoming to the general public, and trying to game the algorithm, if you will, to try to get these videos suggested to more just regular people who aren't just hams, who are technologists or hobbyists in the IoT space or whatever, so that our wings can spread out. Normalizing ham radio as a household term, that really comes from our currently so far has come from our ability to save lives in an emergency situation, but not so much. It's been not so much from a technical or a technology perspective, which, you know, nowadays there's so many young people getting into technical hobbies and hacking and computer networking and wireless networking that we have embraced our 20th century mindsets for so long that it's hard for us to like realize like we have this level playing field of technology, and that our resources and knowledge and education and all that stuff, if produced and shared in a wide manner, like YouTube videos or blogs, you know, from like your perspective or anybody here, you put your experiences in a public place, and even QST, you know, write it up for a magazine, and don't feel, you know, bashful about, no, I can't type well, or, you know, my grammar's bad. It's like there's editors who are paid to make those better. Things like that, and introducing that kind of thing into the public view will do a lot, I think.
All right. Thank you. Appreciate that.
Yeah.
Sid, do you want to weigh in on this, please? The how do we get it out to more people? How do we engage the public and get them involved and keep them involved? When they came in through CERT and then they sort of lost it and didn't find it exciting, how do we get them to do more?
Sterling's got some really good points, especially when it comes to jargon. And for anybody who's been in the military or in federal government, we have a certain way of speaking, and many people are cognizant of that. And when they speak to groups who aren't part of the military or the federal government, they really reduce their use of acronyms. And that is something that really turns people off right away. No one wants to come into a situation like a club meeting and then there's all this jargon and they're new. And the idea of having a spokesperson, having that person that can speak amateur radio, but also can speak to the public or talk to the people individually is really important. Although I might be dating myself, the idea of in our neighborhood, there was the welcome wagon. It was a group of people who would go and welcome someone new to the neighborhood, and they would bring some supplies and they'd bring some baked goods and some other things, and they'd say, hey, we're really glad you're in our neighborhood, and here's the introduction, here are the people, here's some baked goods and some other things to help you get started. And that was always a good way to have new people in your neighborhood feel warm, feel welcome, start to know who people are. And that's, although it might be an old and dated idea, I feel that it still needs to be done, especially when you're mentoring someone or if you're in a club meeting setting. People are already uncomfortable because they're out of their comfort zone. They're at a meeting, perhaps they don't know anyone, and then all of a sudden it's all about amateur radio. So even if you could add into your club schedule to have introductions of new members and have somebody from your public relations, or maybe somebody who does the newsletter, or somebody's good with new people, and just do a quick interview, and then have the club member introduce, just like Lynn introduced Sterling and myself, and that's an icebreaker. Those people, you want them to come back, you want them to contribute. So it should be a situation where it's made easy for them to make the decision to come back.
Okay, all really good ideas. One of my roles in our club is I always raise my hand and I ask the really obvious questions, because I am so new to electronics and radio and all that stuff that, like, I have to ask, what is ground? You know, what is, I ask really basic questions, but I also ask them because I don't expect myself to know, but I know there's other new people there who are going, yeah, what is that? So I like it. That's sort of I see that as my role at the club meetings. So I like that. It's kind of like welcome wagon, but welcome wagon for dummies or something. All right. Thank you, Sid. Sterling, I want to go to you and ask you about social media. Just how do we, what can we do with social media? Because I don't think we're doing enough with it. And you're younger,
Yeah.
so I'm asking you.
All right, believe it or not, Facebook is not the place to go anymore. It's Facebook is saturated, I think. I mean, it's obviously a good idea. Like it's a good idea to have a Facebook kind of profile for like your club, your organization, association, or whatever. I think most of us here already have one, and it's even a better idea to keep it up. But it's just as good of an idea to have a website. You know, websites are old, but like everyone has a website, just like everyone has an email address. So the real key with social media and websites and blogging in general is upkeep, and on Facebook and Instagram and places where groups collaborate and stuff. One of the best ways for outreach, due to algorithms and the way things work on from the software perspective of the things that are lay the foundation for social media, is events and in groups and gatherings and things that you are intentionally trying to share with public. If you go to Facebook or whatever and you type in, you establish an event for a public gathering at a library to learn about ham radio in general or many specific topics, like how to be, for example, the community emergency management or community CERT, whatever the algorithm is, I keep forgetting, CERT, how to become a member in that, and enveloping amateur radio into that. Our clubs obviously will have people who are skilled and trained in that kind of public representation of CERT, even if there's I don't know. Anyway, so the real challenge there is maintaining them and keeping them up to date, and then outreaching into out of the box kind of thing. So I mean, even TikTok. If you have somebody in your club who's younger who likes memes, think about recruiting them to be a meme maker for your club, because things that go viral are we haven't had enough viral things in the amateur radio, and it's just a matter of time before something or someone comes out with something that that hits the right tone with a lot of people, and it makes people start to ask, oh, what's that? In the when it comes to astronauts and space, that's one of our easiest exploitable parts of amateur radio in terms of engaging the public from a social media, from a viral perspective, is because that guy talked to an astronaut like who's right there on the internet with a little handheld radio, like and millions of people will get it, and that's really the key is to share amateur radio or share some aspect that makes people get it, understand it from an easiest perspective, very fundamental. Like we don't want to talk about propagation and bouncing through the ionosphere, because what's the ionosphere? What are radio waves? How do they bounce? All this stuff. Just keeping it simple is really key with that. So I don't know if I'm kind of rambling when it comes to things like these, but
no,
hopefully
all
that's
good
some insight.
Yeah. All good ideas. Thank you. I'm going to go over to Sid now, and I'd like to ask. This is changing topics a little bit, but what is the next technology you want to try? You've tried a whole lot of different technologies, and I'm wondering what's your next radio thing you're going to try.
Well, for me, it's going to be mesh networking and that kind of activity. I know that in Maryland and Virginia, there's some activity, and I'd like to see how that works, both in an everyday situation for amateur radio, but also for emergency communications. I'm heavily involved with APRS and have been so for many years, the Automatic Position Reporting System. So I'm trying not to use my acronyms. And the idea of that data, that information, that geographical interface, I think that's wonderful for me as an emergency manager, even if it's something as simple as just knowing the weather conditions in a place where I'm not at. But I want to learn more about that, because that's something that I can work on. And because there are so many good videos and good references, but I'll still need an Elmer. So I'll be looking for folks to help me with that, how to get started. And also there's a lot going on with Raspberry Pis that I have not been able to experiment with yet. And so I have this idea that I'm going to use Raspberry Pi to set up a Whisper beacon on one of the bands that's not used a lot, maybe 160 meters or 30 meters, something like that. So the Whisper, it's another WSJT mode. That's a one-way beacon, but there's an international network of stations that listen in to know what propagation is going to look like. So those are a couple that I'm thinking about.
Okay, and I have another question, another subject, but since you mentioned that you're a coach in our public schools, there's a discussion in the chat about how do we connect with teachers, because you have to jump through a few hoops to get involved at the schools, even in after school programs and such. So sometimes teachers definitely have an easier link into the school population and that. How do we connect with teachers? Do you have any thoughts on that?
Well, that is difficult, especially because of all the rules and regulations about non-employees being allowed into buildings. I would say the idea of talking to principals and internal department heads is very important, because some of the decisions for closed campuses and what clubs can operate come from way up high. So getting some information, finding that champion, and they might not even be the person who would have a club or invite you in, but they're going to know people. They're going to know the internal workings. So I'd find that champion inside, and otherwise just be a citizen and get with the school board and find out, ask them point blank, what are you doing about science, technology, electronics, math, and oh, do you know anything about amateur radio?
Okay, thank you. Appreciate that. Sterling, I'm going to go over to you. Let's see. Hold on. There's a question in the sidebar here. Oh, I wanted to ask Sterling, what is the next technology you're going to try?
So I'm going to echo what Sid said about mesh networking. We're actually setting up in St. Louis an Arden mesh system, and I think it would be really interesting. But the issue I have with it, I've done a lot of networking over the years, for, basically Wi-Fi point-to-point kind of things. It's just interesting to have this like technology into amateur radio, right? But the thing is, when you set it up, you don't have the internet on it because of security or because of encryption. Encryption's not allowed on amateur radio, HTTPS, and all that stuff. You can have some parts of the internet that are non-encrypted. You can have like email and file sharing and all that stuff, chat. But once you kind of get it set up, kind of a person who says, now what? Like, okay, we did this. We can expand the network and we can engineer some cool things. And there's a never ending list of things you can do. But at the end of the day, how do you really keep yourself interested? And that question expands to a lot of people. And one of the things that we're thinking of that we're stealing from how we're keeping our repeaters active is games and activities and actual events that people can participate in. Don't have to be like technically minded. Just these things are really simple to install and get working on your computer. But actually having hosted video games or things like networked Minesweeper or chess or checkers and that sort of thing, those sorts of things. That's just like, we can do this off the grid. We can shut the internet off and still be able to have some fun and have a chat, in the next thing. So I think that would be cool. But then there's also the other technology is Internet of Things. So that Arden is kind of Internet of Things, but I'm talking like little things. Like my one of my ideas was I brew beer, and I always need to know the temperature of my my lagering setup. So I needed to send out a tweet or an APRS message or something every so often to tell me, what the temperature is. And I once did it in a place where there was no cell coverage or no Wi-Fi, because it's in a basement, it's in a cellar, it's underground. So the only thing that could get out was a powerful like 20-watt APRS burst, and that worked really well. And there's a lot of little things like that could go a long way with the Internet of Things. Going back to partnering with that industry, I think that would be like a really beneficial thing for like groups like the ARRL to look into.
Okay, all right, thank you. And I see that Ria is here, so I'm going to introduce her next. Ria Jerem is N2RJ. She's the ARRL director in the Hudson division and involved in many aspects of amateur radio. She also has a wonderful YouTube channel called Ria's Shack that provides just a wealth of information for radio amateurs. So Ria, I'm going to ask you to take the floor.
Unmute. Okay, talking to myself on mute here. Yeah. Well, good morning, good evening, good afternoon, wherever everybody is. I've told a few international people, to register and sign up. I hope they could join us as well. So, my name is Ria, call sign N2RJ. I've been licensed since 1997, and I got licensed first in high school, and it was a very interesting journey in amateur radio that has really, enhanced my career. So I think one of the questions I see here asked is, what do you think the next big change in amateur radio will be? So I have a few slides. I don't know if I'm supposed to present this now or later on. But I could talk a few.
You can do it now, Ria. That's fine.
So let me do this.
Yeah, let me see if I have to give you permission to share screen, mute. Hold on. Joe, can you help us out? Can you make it so she can share her screen?
Should just be at the bottom of the screen. There should be a green icon that says share screen.
Okay, yeah, just 1 second. This is not going to be too long. It's just a few things I need to talk about, really, and some things actually we're discussing with a number of other groups. And share screen and share one of my many windows here. There we go. Okay, so we're talking about inclusive amateur radio. So ham radio is for everyone, right? And so the first thing is that society on the whole, amateur radio should really be more reflective of society. We've always been taught that amateur radio is a reflection of society, right? We could talk to kings, we could talk to regular people, truck drivers. I heard a funny story way back when King Hussein was still alive, King Hussein of Jordan. In case those of you who might not remember or who were not licensed or within amateur radio at that time, we were King Hussein of Jordan was a radio amateur, and his call sign was JY1. And apparently he was talking with somebody on the air, and then the person then went to ask him, and the story I was told, he had it in this real down to Southern accent. He said, "So there, Hussein, what do you do there in Jordan?" And then somebody piped up anonymously, said, "He's the king, you moron." So amateur radio has always been, the moral of that story is amateur radio has always been a big tent for all people. But, is this really the case? So we really need to find out whether that is and what steps we could take. Are we talking about the next big thing in amateur radio? Well, this is one of the next big things in amateur radio. If you look at the US Census, more than half of Americans are female. More than half of Americans under 18 are non-white since 2018. Other trends, there's a lot of religious diversity, national origin, a lot of different languages being spoken, and LGBT people are becoming more prominent. The age demographics are changing a little bit. And I must stress, this is not meant to exclude anybody or point out or single or make anybody feel bad. It's just, we have to realize that what we're dealing with in terms of changing demographics and how we could make amateur radio better. So amateur radio has always been a little bit conscious about its gender gap. In the New York Times in the 1930s, we had there was an article about female amateur radio operators, and this is a picture from that article. Throughout the years, I've seen growth of women in amateur radio. In my former home country of Trinidad and Tobago, I think right now, as in people actually living there, I think there are like 2 or 3 out of 250 radio amateurs, which is very small. In the United States, we've seen a lot of growth in that area. And particularly, you'll find in efforts like National Parks on the Air. So I see Sterling was talking about amateur radio as a kind of a technical endeavor. I view it as a very technical endeavor. A lot of people don't view it as strictly a technical endeavor, and that's fine. He said that he uses it to brew beer. Well, not to brew beer, but I guess the technology is to monitor the telemetry of different things that he's doing, which is pretty cool. But a lot of people just get on it for the social aspect, and the social aspect is a big aspect of amateur radio. And just getting out there and having fun. The ARRL's National Parks on the Air 2016 was a big hit, especially among women amateur radio operators. And a lot of us went out and activated parks. One of my friends, Andrea K2EZ, she went out to several national parks, and she activated, and I know a lot of others who went out. So why do women get into amateur radio? So one would say, well, the most common reason is my spouse or significant other has a license and encouraged me to do it, and that's not a bad thing. I was encouraged by another relative, like a father, grandfather, uncle, etc., brother, sister too. That's not a bad thing. In my travels around ARRL Hudson Division and around talking to people across the world, actually, especially in the United States, a lot of people say, I want to serve my community. And that is a big thing with a lot of people. A lot of amateur radio, a big component of an amateur radio is public service. And it's not the only thing, I must stress. It is a major component, but it's not the only thing. But it is something that draws people to the hobby, and also personal preparation too. It's a fun hobby. I go back to national parks in the air. And some people, they are in emergency response, or they work in a hospital, they work somewhere else, and they say, my job encouraged me. Lately, I've been doing with the ARRL Foundation, a lot of scholarship opportunities. I could talk about this in depth, but I think we really need to encourage people more beyond just getting ham radio to get a scholarship. I think we really need to nurture and make sure that they're active as well too, not by force. So yeah, like I said, encourage them to get active is great, and like I said, don't stop at the license. So if you have a significant other, male or female, meaning that if you are a YL and your husband is getting licensed, encourage them to get licensed and on the air too. But usually it goes the other way. Having positive role models is great. I know a number of us wear that hat, and we try to be prominent in amateur radio. A lot of what we do is to make sure that we keep people engaged. And while you have incentives such as job requirements, there is a catch. I remember working once in an EOC on a few drills in the county in New Jersey, and these people didn't even remember their call sign. So I think it's a good opportunity for outreach to them too. And serving the community is great too, and that could lead to other paths of involvement in amateur radio. So one thing I mentioned about positive role models, they have to be visible, and so don't keep it a secret. These days there are a lot of ways to do that. I mean, we're doing one of them right now. There are virtual conventions. There are avenues for content creation. YouTube is one of them, which is why I do it on YouTube. I don't do it for the money, contrary to what people say, because it's probably like $3 a month I make off the channel. But so it is more to get more people encouraged and involved in amateur radio, because after almost 25 years in the hobby, I think that I need to be paying it forward. In my professional life, believe it or not, I mentor a lot of junior colleagues, and this is one of the reasons why I spend a lot of time doing that. I work extensively with early careers. I work with the interns and the graduates, and I help them in coding camps, and I help them in all sorts of stuff. And this is professionally. So what I do professionally is I do systems engineering in the financial industry. I extend this to amateur radio. I learned a lot of lessons there in terms of like structured mentoring and stuff like that too. And people, you have the more experienced ones of all stripes should be encouraged to pass on their skills and knowledge. You have fellowship and community, and you have more learning opportunities, more educational conventions. I list here a few organizations, the YLRL, and they are the Young Ladies Radio League, which is the premier organization for women in amateur radio. There are a few nets as well. The YL Net is one on Echolink, and they have the Indian YL Net, which is a new one with VU2RBI. This one is daily. You don't have to attend daily, but you can still join. There's one on HF as well, Yankee Lassies. I will say that these are YL only, but you're more than welcome to listen in and hear and encourage, and maybe even if you have somebody who's unlicensed, you could probably get them to check in, as a third party. Now and again, I encourage them to get a taste. So the other thing we're talking about, like I mentioned, under 18, the demographics are shifting, especially. So you're going to find that America is going to grow up being a lot more diverse. In the 1950s, segregation was a way of life, unfortunately. You had in amateur radio, you had a lot of people talking about, you had especially a lot of people using amateur radio for travel. And then you had Black travelers, unfortunately, face a situation where people would look at their speech patterns or I don't know, look them up in the call book and say, well, I'm not going to talk to these people and help them out because they're of a certain race. This actually happened. It's shocking today in today's world that it would actually happen, but it actually happened back then. So what they did was they founded their own organization called the OMIC, Amateur Radio Association. They were centered around the Midwest United States, Ohio, Michigan, Indiana, Kentucky, OMIC. They were called the OMIC Electronic Communications Association, and now they're called the OMIC Amateur Radio Association. They still exist. They have a net on Sundays. They have several nets on Sundays. They do scholarships for youth, and they do a lot of interesting things. So there's still much work to do to make amateur radio truly reflective. I mean, you have to encourage everyone, and I must stress, amateur radio is for everyone, right? This is not to say that how you can only have certain type of people in amateur radio. Encourage everyone, but some people need a little more push. You need to push women and girls a little more. You need to be a positive role model. And an important thing I tell people is lending a helpful hand. It was on the exam is a common thing I see on social media, but so what? I mean, that ship has sailed with Dick Bash, where Dick Bash brought the questions and answers even before the FCC published them. So, teach people, and don't just teach them and show them an answer, show them how to get an answer, refer them to books. I give away a lot of copies of my old magazines, and ARRL sends me lots of books. I give them away to new hams and even hams that are not things. So, teach and make a friend. So anyway, so that's it from me for this one.
All right. Thank you so much, Ria. It's 11:14, so I think we're going to end right here. I want to thank Ria Jaram, Sterling Mann, and Sid Caesar for being our speakers. And I also want to thank our sponsors, West Mountain Radio, Ham Badgers, ICOM, and BioNO Power. And with that, I'm going to turn this back over to Joe Sable, who's running the show.
You're muted, Leon.
I hear that being asked to unmute is the most common asked in America these days, so my apologies to everyone. What I was saying is, Lynn, thanks very much for running a great session. I thought it was very interesting, and congrats to you and your panelists. So, good morning. I'm Leon Bruner. My call sign is November Tango 8 Bravo, and I'm going to be the moderator for this session that's titled the Virginia Club Roundtable number 1. And the questions we're going to discuss this morning are, what should you know about your club and what has worked for you during COVID-19? And as I give my introduction here, I'd like to share this screen here. Let me get this to work. And I'll ask, you can see my slide here. So again, on the slide, you see what is the thing we should know about your club and what has worked best for you under COVID. Now, just in case you have ended up in the wrong session, what you can do is, if you want to go somewhere else or find the other tracks, you can go to www.viennawireless.org, and if you click on the link that's circled in the slide that you can see, it's the ARRL Vienna Virginia Convention. It'll take you to this page, and then down here in this area of the page, you'll see that here are the links to the other sessions. So if you wanted to attend something else, this is your opportunity to do so. And then before we move on, I also want to thank our sponsors. Like most cases, these meetings wouldn't be possible without sponsors. So we want to acknowledge West Mountain Radio, the Ham Badgers, BioNO Power, and the Ham community. So please make it worthwhile to these folks for doing the sponsorship. If you can go to their websites and let them know that you're visiting because you were here, and even make a purchase, that will help us ensure that we can have sponsorship in the future. So thanks to you, sponsors, for helping us out here. So today's session is going to run about 45 minutes. We'll have opening comments from each of the panelists, and then we'll open floor to questions from you, the audience. Please type your questions into the question function, and I'll be monitoring those as our panelists discuss their topics, and well, we'll go from there. So let me introduce our three panelists that we have today. Our first panelist is Cam Cable. His call sign is W4XXV. He's from the New River Valley Ham Radio Club. Cam has been a ham since 2014, and his interest is in the scientific aspect of ham radio operation, and he's currently the president of the New River Valley Radio Club. Our second panelist today is Toby Pappas. Toby's call sign is Kilo Lima 0 Kilo Sierra Sierra. Toby has been a ham for almost 23 years, and she and her husband Dino, whose call sign is Kilo Lima 0 Sierra, are both retired soldiers. Toby has recently discovered the world of HF DXing and contesting, and she's the president of the Williamsburg Area Amateur Radio Club. And our third panelist is Wayne Rash, call sign November 4 Hotel Charlie Romeo. Wayne has been a licensed ham since 1962 and now holds an extra class license. He's the director of the Lynchburg Amateur Radio Club, and he's also a member of course, the ARRL, the Old Virginia Hams, and the Northern Virginia FM Association. And when he's not doing ham radio, he's a science and technology journalist writing for Forbes and eWeek. He's written about ham radio for several publications as well. So with that, I would like to stop my screen sharing here, if I can find how to do that. Let's see, stop your share. And I would like to ask for our first panelist to go ahead. Cam, welcome to the forum this afternoon.
All right. Thanks, Leon, and I really appreciate the opportunity here given with the Vienna Wireless. Appreciate everybody putting everything into this and bringing everybody together. Let's see. So, yeah, I guess the first section here is a little bit about our club and what's working best for the during the COVID-19 restrictions. So just a little bit of background. The New River Valley Amateur Radio Club's been in operation since about 1958. So we've been around for a little while. And one of the things I've found is that it has a wealth of knowledge and talent from which we can learn from people. While amateur radio is the focus of and the subject of the club, my feeling is that its strong point really comes from the kinship and family atmosphere, if you will, with the members. The members really like joining together for big things like field day or just getting together for breakfast each Saturday morning, which of course we haven't been able to do because of the COVID. There's lots of new technology to be discussed, but some of the most valuable conversations usually come from the seasoned operators and the stories that they have to tell. So our most recent years have seen an uptick in interest from around the area for ham radio, and we've gained a few members of various ages and genders. Nothing's really standing out. We're not. It kind of just been a few people here and there, but our current roster is about 60 members. More interest in participation and attendance of the club functions has been something of a welcome. I believe that it's been as a direct result of us trying to do less club business and actually just more ham stuff. We don't really get into this hobby to be administrators. So one of the things I've tried to push that's been popular, it's a little bit of a show and tell. We call it blings and things. That's where we have kind of a themed event where people are encouraged to bring things in to share, stories to share, and things that are ham radio related. And just kind of unite some members around a common theme. Of course, they can bring whatever they want to. If they've been working on a project or anything like that, they are encouraged to bring that in too. So whether bringing in their favorite keyer for the what you fisting or multimeters for the meter mayhem, or QSL cards from the memoir mailers. We always try to give interesting themes to things, but anybody can see the enthusiasm and sparkle in their eyes when they're sharing their passion with other like-minded individuals. So it seems to stoke the fire for most in attendance and to do more in amateur radio. So that's been rather nice. So the COVID-19's been presenting some real challenges. Especially for some of the things I've been trying to roll out for the club. Not being able to share the feel of a key or the colors of that QSL card, been removing a lot of the heat that kept our members' embers glowing, if you will. We still have our monthly meetings, although participation is about half of what it usually is because we've been using our net repeaters, doing nets on the repeaters. We've tried a little bit of Zoom. It's not really working as much as I'd like to. We get it's been about half of the members that are attending on the nets are on Zoom, although lately it's been actually dropping off a little bit more there as well. So some of the events we've been trying to do using the CDC guidance, we're able to hold a few club functions. Mostly we try to do things physically outdoors. So we've had since everything started 2 Saturday morning bring your own picnic breakfasts, if you will. We had an outdoor shelter, and then that was followed up by park fox hunt, just kind of a walkthrough. We had a special event for a war hero, local war hero, Audie Murphy. That was up on top of a mountain, and we've chosen to participate in field day as well. We did participate in 2020 and plan to do so in 2021 for field day. That is our #1 participation event, and so not having it would be a real hit to the club morale. Since it's outside, we decided we could provide enough measures to keep safe. We also try to do the CDC recommendations and distancing, wipe downs, and other measures, and request that other members bring their own food and refreshments so that we're not sharing any of that. And anybody that's attended these past events have been real careful, mask up and in close proximity, although conversations tend to get a little bit louder so that we get a little further apart. So we're still talking, still having fun, and doing ham radio. Crowd's a bit thinner from less participation and possibly from the lack of sharing food as well, but maybe that's a good thing. That's all I got for now. Back to you.
Okay, Cam, great. Thanks very much. That's really great. Let's move on to Toby. Toby, would you like to share your introductory comments, please?
So I'm from the Williamsburg Area Amateur Radio Club, and we have over 150 hams in our club. I'd like to say that we are a very welcoming club. And just to follow up on some of the YL stories, we've made a priority of recruiting, licensing, and retaining our YLs. So for example, we had 2 VE sessions this week, and we got one new YL became a technician, one of our YLs upgraded to general, and one of them upgraded to extra. So we're really proud of our YLs. We also started a YLs and Friends Net. So every Sunday night at 7 p.m., we get on the radio. A lot of YLs, but a lot of the OMs also like to get on there and share in the topic. Our focus in the club is on recruiting new hams, but also supporting our existing hams. So one of the things we have, probably like many clubs, is we use Groups.io as our email server and files repository. So it's a great source of information. You don't have to be a ham to be part of our reflector, and you don't even have to be a member of our club. So they get all the information of club activities. And when we talk about files repository, we go back years where hams have posted how they built something, how they built an antenna. They've got photos and diagrams, and all of that is in our reflector. So, and it's available to anybody who joins. We have a great VE session. We were kind of stumbling at first when the COVID hit, but now we do VE sessions on demand. So we will publish VE sessions, but if you've been studying for your general license and you're ready, you reach out to our senior VE coordinator, and he'll bring you into his dining room, and there'll be 3 VEs there, and you can take your exam, and we've had great success with that. The other thing that we do is we have a builders group. We meet in the spring and the fall, usually 5 weeks, every other week. And again, we focus on our YL. So we had an OCF build-a-thon, and our YLs built the antennas, and we helped them put them up so they could use them. A couple of them got into a group and built dummy loads together. So our experienced hams come there to build on their projects, but also the new hams come to learn about how to solder, where's is it good to go get a new kit. And then all the senior guys act as Elmers, helping these guys build their kits. When we first started in the club a few years ago, it was kind of the same 10 old people. Those were the same people who did everything. And then a couple of years ago, we graduated to the same 20 people, and now we're fast approaching the same 30 people. So we have a lot of folks who like to help out. And we're a club with a lot of energy. They don't just rely on the leadership to keep things going. Because hams love to be together, they love that camaraderie. When we quit all of our in-person activities over a year now, but they decided they still wanted to do things together. So they started doing fox hunting again in small groups, maintaining safe distances. And now they've really gotten into satellite chasing. They've called themselves the bird nerds, and they're getting together in small groups with their antennas and their radio and chasing satellites. So it's a fun group of people. And then a little bit about how COVID impacted on us. March 2020 was our last meeting, and wasn't sure at all what was going to happen. But on March, we decided, hey, we're going to start a coffee and radio net. It'll be a way that we can keep in touch with our members, keep people posted on what's going on with COVID. And today would be our 401st day. We do it 7 days a week, 9 a.m. Every morning, and we've just had a great time with this. A lot of it is technical topics. A ham may show up and say, I'm having problems with my microphone, and there's a lot of hams who come together and offer suggestions. The other thing that's worked out well is we now have been training a lot of our hams to be net control stations. You know, one of the things we want people to do is if there's an emergency, they're prepared to hop on the radio. And so even for brand new hams, a little wobbly at first, but they are all becoming better and better. We've had over 243 different call signs check into our net. And we also established a link with Echolink. So we've had hams from the Philippines, India, and we've recently have had one from Norway. He's been checking in every morning. So we're all pretty excited about that. The Zoom platform really has been a lifesaver for us. Our first meeting in April was on Zoom, and we average over 50 people at our meetings. In fact, our participation is greater on Zoom than it was in our in-person meetings. The other thing that we do is right before our meeting, we have something called an hour of power. And we've been doing that for about 3 years now. We wanted to make sure that our new hams, when they were getting licensed, then knew, well, what do I do now? And so this hour of power is focused on new hams or hams returning to the hobby. And it's all about the basics. Maybe you're trying to decide what kind of 2-meter to get, what antenna do you need, what kind of test equipment should I have, what kind of ARRL library should I have that I'll need, all focused on the new hams. And so we've continued to do that on Zoom also, and have equally had a large participation. Our builders group, of course, not as much fun on Zoom as it would be in person, but we're still doing our builders group on Zoom. And we've discovered these little breakout rooms. And so some hams may all be working on the same kit together, and they'll go off to their breakout room and discuss. They're all on a different stage, but they'll all discuss how they're making progress and if anybody's having any problems. Even our lunches, this club likes to eat. They have a Monday morning boat anchor breakfast, a Wednesday lunch, and a Saturday breakfast. And we usually averaged about 30 people coming out to our Saturday breakfast. And now it's pretty much maybe about 5 people each, because folks are still being very cautious. But we went to a Zoom for our Wednesday lunch. And again, it developed into a lot of technical subjects. And what was really nice about it was, because the hams were at home, it would be like, well, let me share this with you and let me show you what I'm doing. I've got a new tool. And that became a lot of fun. And even with COVID, we just completed our round of technician and general classes, 9 weeks of classes on Zoom. And those were the students who were taking tests this week. So we're a busy club, even with COVID, and but looking forward to getting back together again. So thank you for the time.
Great, Toby. That was a really nice overview. And thanks for Dino being there as your backup. We could see him behind you as well this morning. So thank you both for being here. And I'm sure we'll hear from both of you when we get to the discussion section. So let's move on to our third panelist, Wayne, N4HCR. So Wayne, over to you, please.
Hi, everybody. Nice to talk to you. I'm actually going to bring you some observations from 2 different clubs I belong to. I'm here representing officially the Lynchburg Club, but I'm also a member of the Old Virginia Hams in Manassas, and they are doing some interesting things as well. The Lynchburg Club has been extremely active during COVID. And this is partly because of the fact that we're doing our best to make sure that everybody gets the qualified amount of Zoom fatigue by having everything we do on Zoom all the time. And it works. We have very high participation, and we're doing our presentations and our programs on Zoom as well. So we'll invite hams that have got some interesting and breakthrough projects they're working on, things they want to present, topics, and doing them on Zoom. And it's working extremely well. It's something that we kind of did reluctantly at first, but it turned out to be really well. In the Manassas Club, we're using an open source program called Jitsi that accomplishes basically the same thing and allows, again, screen sharing and to present a variety of topics as well. But doing the programs there has been a good way to keep the club together. But we're also doing a few other things. For example, dealing with COVID has meant that we couldn't do some of the emergency practices that we used to do pretty much continuously. But we have found out that doing practice emergency work is good for the club and it's good for keeping our skills sharp. So when we can, we do things like provide communications for community events, such as things like foot races and so forth, and other sorts of outdoor activities. We've also worked on trying to publicize what we're doing. One of the best successes we had was last year at Field Day when we set up a completely remotely operated field day station and then put up all the antennas using a drone so that we did not have to have a whole lot of people there at the site. As it turned out, our field day was conducted with one person at the site to make sure nobody stole the radios, and everybody else dialed into the radios remotely and did field day that way. Worked out pretty well. We had some problems doing push to talk initially, but everything else, the CW worked and the digital modes worked very nicely. The two different clubs I belong to, Lynchburg has been around for a very long time, and so has the Old Virginia Hams. Lynchburg Club has got a very strong participation nowadays because Lynchburg has got several institutions of higher learning in the immediate vicinity. There's 3 universities in the same town. 2 of them have engineering departments that have electrical engineers. And so we get a lot of people with an engineering background as well as students with an engineering background in the club. And that helps keep the club reasonably young, although we would sure like to see more young people. It's one of these things that the club has been active and been doing leading edge stuff in technology since I've been a member, and I joined the club in 1962 when I got my license. We were one of the first to set up digital repeaters. We were one of the first to set up other types of APRS digipeaters and other types of digital modes, as well as the normal analog and digital voice modes. It's been a good organization for this, and we're doing a lot of work in this area still. Obviously, we would be happy to have COVID go away so we could have in-person meetings again. And that's true for both clubs. The in-person meetings are always better. For one thing, when we have the in-person meetings, we all have snacks, which, as we all know, is that we don't have in-person meetings. Well, then we all probably are going to lose weight over long periods of time. So we got to do something about that. Otherwise, those are the things we do. I know I'm trying to avoid getting too far behind here, so I don't want to talk any longer than I need to. It's one of the things where we're finding out that by being always outgoing, by publicizing our activities, by making sure we bring new people into the club, especially college students and people like that, that we're managing to stay relevant. That's a real task these days, is staying relevant, and that's helping us out a lot. That's really what I need to present unless somebody has questions. The big thing for us was keeping our emergency communication skills sharp through things like community events and also emergency nets. One thing we do, which is helpful, is we do a weekly simplex emergency net, so that not only do we have the ability to communicate through repeaters, which everybody can do, but we have the ability to do it in simplex, which is a lot more realistic at the time of a significant emergency. And I guess back to you, Leon.
Okay, great. And let's see, maybe Joe can help with the video there in the background. All very interesting overviews, and it's fascinating to hear how everyone is managing to keep their clubs active and relevant during this time of COVID. For those of you who are in the audience, if you have any questions for the folks, please put your questions in the chat room. I'm just looking up at the chat now, and there's a comment to Cam about the examples that he gave, and especially the fox hunt. So you know, those were interesting topics. Maybe if I could pose a question to the group, and we'll go around until we see some others, is maybe two things. How are you, as you've kind of alluded to this a little bit, but how do you see any things that you've done in this world of COVID that have worked particularly well for you, and that you think you'll maintain as you go forward? So as you've innovated, are some of these new activities and approaches going to stick? And if they are, what do you think they'll be? And then what are your thoughts about how to get back to normal, if we can call it normal, the new normal? Are there thoughts about how you're going to begin to think about getting back together as the vaccine progresses, and maybe we get feeling a little bit better about the COVID situation? So I'll open up the conversation to anyone who'd like to respond to those questions.
I think that in Lynchburg Club that we're just waiting for the governor to tell us we're allowed to have meetings that are big enough to have meetings, and to enough of our members to be vaccinated, which I think is most of them at this point. We already have a meeting place that we, as part of the Lynchburg's Emergency Communications Center, that we training center that we can meet in, and that works out nicely. As soon as they let us come there and have meetings there, and the governor says we can, then we'll be back to doing it.
Okay, good. Toby?
Yeah. One thing that we've learned is we like to continue to use Zoom in the future. We've discovered that people who have come to our Zoom meetings were folks maybe who had handicaps of some sort and couldn't come to our regular meetings. So although we'll go back to our regular meetings, we're hoping that maybe they can observe the meeting and even participate it via Zoom.
And we'll also use Zoom as we found it to be a very useful adjunct to our regular activities, and we're going to keep using it even after we're able to get back together for all sorts of different things. It's it's your imagination for the things you can probably do with that teleconferencing platform.
Could you? That's really interesting, and our club has used Zoom much like you're doing. We're in fact using it for all of our meetings, our maker meetings, and so forth. And one of the things we've also done is we've been able to reach way outside the community. So we've had folks from all over the U.S. now presenting on different topics for us. So it's really expanded our opportunity to have outside speakers who are really well known in the ham radio community. So that's been great for us. Cam mentioned that maybe they were struggling a little bit with implementing Zoom, and there may be others in the audience who'd like to use it and maybe use it more effectively. Could you talk a little bit about maybe some of the growing pains that you had and provide some advice for those who might want to become more effective with Zoom, either you, Toby, or any of the other panelists?
We went through a lot of growing pains at first, but surprisingly, it didn't take very long before we had those things ironed out. We actually have some folks who are averse to using Zoom, but it's just a small number of folks, and sorry about that. We're using what we're using. We've had Tim Duffy, K3LR from DX Engineering, come talk to us, and upcoming this year, Becky Schoenfeld from the ARRL, the managing editor, is going to come talk to us. Alan Wolke, W2AEW, who's a prolific electronics video blogger on YouTube, is going to come talk to us. So the other thing is we've got members in our club now that in Wilmington, North Carolina, in Tennessee, folks who've moved there. We have a member who's out in Arizona. So they've been able to participate where obviously they would not have been able to before. And that's what we want to do, is capitalize on that connectivity even after we're actually able to get back together again.
Yeah, it's been interesting. Go ahead.
Yeah, one of the things that we found that's a problem with trying to meet using Zoom is that Lynchburg is basically on the edge of mountainous part of Virginia. And in Virginia, until recently, the state hasn't done the world's best job of promoting broadband in rural areas. And so we have people who are getting what passes for broadband. Hold on. I'm going to get rid of that call. Anyway, we're dealing with a problem where people don't have enough bandwidth to do Zoom. Some of them connect through the HughesNet satellite service, which is fine for downloads with a lot of latency and has a telephone line to get you back into the internet, which means it doesn't work for Zoom. And others are doing things like DSL, which really doesn't work for Zoom either. And one of the real issues that has been happening in rural Virginia, and I suspect this may be what's happening in the New River Valley, maybe even to a greater extent in the New River Valley, because in this part of Virginia, the broadband is not well distributed, is simply the lack of the technical resources to support it. And that's an area where I'm not really sure what the solution is, because while the current governor of Virginia is very much promoting broadband in Virginia, that hasn't happened much before now. And the federal government hasn't been doing it much before now either. The FCC is now taking that up as a big deal, but as somebody who spends a lot of time writing about the FCC, has not been taken very seriously until now. So until COVID, it made it very clear that broadband is a necessity. An awful lot of our club members haven't been able to meet by Zoom just because there wasn't the technical infrastructure available to do it.
Well, that's really interesting. You know, as an urban dweller, that's something that I haven't really thought about very much, but I can see how that would be a big challenge. And
well, the digital divide is definitely there. And I suspect that it's happening in the New River Valley as well. In fact, I'm sure it is. Cam, are you seeing the same thing?
Yeah, Wayne, it's the mountains definitely have presented a challenge when it comes to the broadband internet. I don't know. I think a lot of it has just been kind of a technical thing, and then we do have some of the outliers that they don't want to participate. But I really don't. I haven't been able to put my thumb on it because this is a technical hobby. A lot of people shouldn't be that averse to technical challenges. And most of the people that I would think that would have more of a problem usually end up coming on the session. So I think it's just it really kind of hit our club. The whole COVID thing really hit our club out of nowhere, and we really weren't able to pivot like we really needed to. I mean, I kind of take that on as my fault kind of thing. We weren't really ready for it, and but now, hey, it might be going forward that we need to have this kind of a game plan, and it's something we need to learn from instead of just using it as an excuse.
Leon?
yes, yeah, Andrew, go ahead.
That was Dino Kelzer.
Oh, Dino, I'm sorry. I see. I saw it pop up, and sorry. Go ahead, Dino. Go, please.
There's a question in the chat about our coffee and radio net.
Yes, I was about to ask that. So why don't we move into that? So let me make sure everybody knows what the question is. So Toby, please tell us more about the coffee net. I assume it's VHF through a repeater question. And how did the overseas station learn about it?
When COVID first hit, we really thought about, well, how do we keep people connected? And blinding flash of the obvious, our radio. So yes, on our local repeater here, we started the coffee and radio net. There was actually a little bit of reluctance to do it because some folks thought it might be a health and welfare kind of thing, and it actually turned out to be a wonderful thing. We would every morning at 9 a.m. we would start the net, and we would pick a topic perhaps for the day, or we would just have it open mic, and it grew and grew, and some days we'd have 46 people check into that net. So it really maintained the connectivity, and it also gave us the opportunity for folks in the area who would not normally have an association with one another to become friends and establish what I believe now are really long-lasting and probably lifelong associations. As time went by, it got bigger and bigger, and we would have folks come on the weekends to do the net. And when we got wrapped up in teaching classes, we turned it over to a volunteer who is now, as Toby mentioned earlier, is rotating folks in to get the experience of running a net in a non-threatening environment, so that they would go on, hopefully in an emergency, to have the skill set. We recently established an Echolink connection on the repeater, so it's brand new, and which has also let people who are traveling out of the area maintain contact and check in on that net every morning from South Carolina or Florida. And to answer the question about how these other people find out about us, I have absolutely no idea. I think there's a lot of people out there who scan Echolink connections and just say, hey, you know, talk to those folks. And when the guy from Norway showed up one day, we all went, wow, that's pretty cool. And so it has been a great thing. I'm not sure how it will continue. Once we start getting back together, it may morph into another form of some sort, but maintaining that connectivity and those friendships that are now made, because people are, instead of seeing each other maybe once a month at a meeting or at a breakfast or a lunch, they get to talk to one another, gosh, almost every day. So it's been a wonderful thing for us.
Great.
Oh, and by the way, there'll be an article in the June QST about the Coffee and Radio Net as well, so you'll see it there.
Great, thanks for the heads up on that. So someone says here, I've just put your coffee net in the section's Instagram account, which is used a lot by people in other countries. So your reach is going to extend because of this morning. So congratulations on that. Cam, let me get back to you, because we kind of got sidetracked on this interesting little trail here, but I wanted to get your comments about what COVID practices you think you might be keeping going forward, and how are you thinking about getting back to normal?
Well, really just trying to maintain the social distancing and things like that. Probably, I think that everyone's going to kind of come out in the end of this being a little bit more aware of passing germs and things. I mean, we've had flu before and flu epidemics and things like that, but for some reason, nobody wanted to wash their hands. I think that's probably a good thing that we're going to have now. But I think really what I would like to kind of take from this is I would like to have more of the ability to be able to participate and bring more people in with their own, I guess, just their own ways of wanting to be with other people physically. So we need to be able to maintain physical distancing if we want to. Just have wipes around, things like that. When it comes to field day, that was one of the other big concerns we have, because we share a lot of radios and things like that. And we've always kind of said, hey, bring your own earphones and headsets. But now it's kind of like, okay, what kind of wipes should we be bringing? Should they be there, and things like that. And it's not, and I guess we're kind of getting past the social thing of thinking, well, they're just thinking I'm dirty. It has nothing to do with that. It's just kind of protecting ourselves. So I think we're kind of getting into a little bit of a different mindset there. But I see it kind of going forward as at least impacting us from the aspect of more of a health and safety kind of thing, and people's comfort levels.
Okay, good. Yeah, we're experiencing much the similar situation, and I'll just comment on our field day. You know, we our board debated a lot, and we actually, it's interesting, Cam, many of the things that you just said are things that we discussed, and at the end of the day, we thought that, especially, the wipe down procedures and the recommendations still from CDC not to gather in groups and so forth, we decided, we call it out of an abundance of caution to not do our field day. So, but we're going to run field day as a club and individual stations, and there will be groups of people who will get together in their own little small groups where they feel comfortable. And so we're going to get kind of halfway back to normal, I think, at least for field day this year. So, well, does anybody, we're getting pretty close to the end of the session. We still have a few minutes. Among the panelists, is there anything else that you'd like to add to the discussion as you've heard some of the comments? Wayne, Toby, Cam, anything else?
I'm sorry, go ahead, Toby.
Just one thing real quick. We run 3 special events every year honoring historical events in the Williamsburg area. So our first one was last year in May, would have been at the Jamestown Island, commemorating the first settlers to Jamestown. And we tried something new called distributed operation. We asked for 12 hams to sign up for 30 minutes. And so we ran our special event station from our home and had great success and had a lot of hams from around the country contact us. So even with COVID, it didn't stop us.
Excellent. That's a great example. And it's really nice how everybody participated independently. Wayne, what would you like to add?
One of the things that I think came out of COVID that's going to be really useful in the Lynchburg Club, and I'm sure would be useful in other clubs that try it as well, is we've learned a lot about remote communications, especially remote communications where it's not your radio that you're just dialing into personally. We set up field days so that we could rotate through the usual field day operations of a couple of hours each and do it by connecting to the radios remotely and doing it that way. And we found out there's a lot of things they don't tell you about as far as running remotely. And we've managed to work through those problems, and we know a lot more about it than we used to. In fact, we've run up with a pretty good base of knowledge on it. We're going to try it again this year, unless suddenly COVID somehow magically changes. And we'll take what we learned last year, and I think we'll have a much more successful field day, even though we had a very successful field day last year. But remote communications are not hard, but they're also not necessarily very obvious. And we learned a lot about that.
Can we make one more comment about club membership, just to follow on what Rhea said during the last session? Toby mentioned that we've made a concerted effort to recruit, train, license, and retain our YLs. We've got, I think Toby said we've got something like 7+ extras, and we're still waiting for the very first VE session where all of the folks at the front are YLs. And can you imagine what it's going to be like for a applicant who's about to take their exam to see all the YLs to the front? But you really have to work at that. You have to. I had great success. I think that my greatest success was needling one of the Hams's XYL, and she finally went and got her license. And there have been several of those instances that have come about. So you really have to work at getting the smaller populations licensed and becoming part of the organization. And the great thing is, once they do, they are just full-fledged members, and you can't tell the difference between a male ham and a female ham. Simply, their voice might be a little different, but they're saying the same things, they're doing the same things, and it's going to pay off in the future.
Yeah, that's fantastic, and I would second what you just said. We've observed a similar phenomenon in our club, and it's really added to the richness of the community, which I think has been really great. Cam, did you want to? I'll give you the opportunity. Any other final comments you'd like to share with the group before we bring this really interesting session to a close?
No, I don't have anything else. It's nice to hear from other club members of other clubs and see what they're doing. I've got a few things written down here, so I'm going to be following up with some people soon. Appreciate it.
Great. Well, thanks very much. Just one final comment I'll make is really interesting. All three of you mentioned getting together and eating. And in fact, a member of our club says that we're actually an eating club that has members that like to talk on the radio. So we're all looking forward to getting back together to our breakfasts and our lunches. So with that, I'm going to call the session to a close and thank all of you for providing some really interesting content. I'm sure that the audience really enjoyed hearing what you have to say. And I hope maybe we can do this again sometime. So thank you very much. As we wrap up, I want to thank our sponsors, West Mountain Radio, Ham Badgers, Bioenno Power, and Ham Community. So for those of you who are out there in the audience, please make their sponsorships worthwhile. And now I'm going to hand it over to Bill Mims, who's going to be leading our next track. The title of the track is Get Inclusive with Non-Traditional Operators, But How? So Bill, over to you.
Well, thanks, Leon, and everybody who's been part of this convention so far. This has been a very exciting morning for me. A lot of great stuff that's been shared, pages of notes. And I just want to say that it's noontime, so I realize that's lunchtime for a lot of people. I want to invite you to grab a snack bar and a cup of coffee, settle in, because you're about to hear some fantastic presentations from some wonderful amateur radio operators talking about a very, very important topic, and that is how do we increase the diversity and inclusivity of amateur radio. It's our future, and so to me, this is a very, very important topic. I'd just like to say that we're looking at increasing amateur radio participation beyond the traditional operator, and that means anybody that looks like me. So what we want are people who don't look like me. So let's get started here. First up is Melissa Poor. Melissa is a teacher, a high school teacher in the Washington area. She has a master's in education. Her call sign is KM4CZN. And Melissa has been involved in a number of amateur radio projects, especially involved with amateur radio and the International Space Station. She's been active in promoting amateur radio as a STEM teacher in schools, even including CubeSats among her topics that she talked to her students about. She was named Carol Perry Teacher of the Year last year at the Orlando Hamcation, and I'm really glad she's here. So Melissa, please tell us about your experience with young people.
Hello, everyone. This has been a fun day already. Appreciate all the presentations so far. So I certainly hope to give some useful information and share my experience with you. So I do have a few slides and a short video on one of them. So I want to go ahead and make sure I stay in my time. And here we go. All right. Should be seeing it now, I hope. So this is what I want to talk about. Pathways to STEM topics through amateur radio, but especially from the angle of space. All right, and I mean this angle from the space station, from low Earth orbit, from extreme low Earth orbit, using cameras in space. So my first experience connected to amateur radio was developing the very first CubeSat ever built by an elementary and middle school. And you can see various prototypes and models. We received a NASA CubeSat Launch Initiative grant. So we had to redevelop our outside, our bus. But I want to show you that we did a lot of testing. I want to demonstrate the diversity throughout my presentation. So I want you to notice the age levels, the types of projects we're doing, and all 400 students and all 60 teachers did touch, develop, wear the clean suit, and work on our satellite. So after 4 years, we certainly did launch and had a direct connection to the International Space Station through nanoracks. That is a picture. We are the little one in front. And we have multiple meaningful payloads on that satellite. It was an incredible experience, but for me as a teacher, it was inspiring, enlightening, and truly a dream to achieve these goals and to teach kids to be lifelong learners, which is something I've heard today several times. So you can see that we had a 1U CubeSat, and it was magic. It was in orbit for 9 months, and there's the space station. So became my complete obsession with wanting to stay connected to all programs, including space station experiments with the National Lab. But this right here is a picture of my very first contact as an amateur radio ops team member at K60UE at Goddard Space Flight Center. 1 year later, I had my own ARRS contact. So I kind of started in a different way through a CubeSat project. And the impact it had on me was so much bigger than I expected. So my path through amateur radio on the ISS is all about supporting right now projects like the ARRS. ARRS, if you don't know about it, I want to show you a 1-minute clip that tells it all, but a video is worth a million words, right? So I want you to see the look on my face, my student's face, and just kind of capture what it is in a nutshell in a video instead of describe it. All right, I hope. I may have to reshare to get the video sound to work, is my experience optimally. So I'm going to go ahead and do that, share it as a separate link. So hopefully you're seeing it right now.
Good morning, Serena. Our first questioner this morning will be Thomas, who is standing in for Kayvon.
My name is Henry. What do you do in your free time? Over.
My name is Jalen. Will you use ham radio after leaving the ISS? So we can talk to you through our radio. What's your background? Over.
It was so amazing hearing the astronaut come and talk to us and be able to answer all our questions.
Okay, I have a couple more slides to show you, but I do want to mention that the last person you saw, that was Catherine, and she is my current president of my engineering club. And here are some of the images I want to end on before we transition to the next speaker. But the simulator that you see right there, Elaine and Will on the far left, they are the co-presidents of the Amateur Radio Club, currently seniors. And yes, during COVID, we were able to use this in our homes, test different antennas, and amazingly develop coding for the CubeSat simulator. And we worked together with Villanova professor Alan Johnston, continue to work with him and develop things like the ARRS Pi, which uses a Raspberry Pi base with an integrated circuit board, and certainly amateur radio. And it is now integrated with the CubeSat simulator. We also continue to launch extreme low Earth satellites that are a modification of the CubeSat. Our latest one was in February called Polaris. And there's Catherine, who you saw speak. We are very cold, and we are at Wallops Island, Virginia. And that was a 4-day mission, you know, a little shorter than the CubeSat. But, you know, as I wrap it up, I want you to see these are seniors, these are middle schoolers, all ages. We have opportunity to teach, mentor others, and learn deeper. So in the middle there, I'm holding an ARRL radio antenna. I'm at a STEM conference. In fact, Kathy was at that very conference with me. On the left, I'm at my club at Goddard, WA3NAN, with N3IYI doing a GO satellite event. And in the bottom left, I'm at the Air and Space Museum with some of my officers teaching others about amateur radio. You know, so now we're looking at the moon. We're looking at Gateway. We're looking at amateur radio around the moon, students and teachers operating a camera, coding a camera, using APRS, but doing it with high gain antennas, but so exciting. So views like this, we should be able to capture. And this is how I want to wrap up my presentation. I have a lot I would like to add. It might be appropriate though at the end, the question answer session. But I think that by demonstrations through me, students, trying to reach out to people like myself and beyond, capture their families and communities. That's about all we can do, and do things that excite us, and that kind of starts the fire. So yes, 73s over and out. That's what I wanted to share.
Wow. Well, thank you, Melissa. I'm kind of overwhelmed with that. Geez. I have a bunch of questions, but I'm going to hold on to them myself because there may be some others that will come in later. So I'll tell you what, let's do. Let's move on to Ria Jairam, who is November 2 Romeo Juliet. She is director, one of the directors of the ARRL from the Hudson Division. And Ria presented earlier, but she actually gave a great presentation in an earlier forum that is very appropriate to this one. And I hope she'll do at least part of that again, especially the part, Ria, when you talked about what we can do to help increase diversity in amateur radio. Ria, by the way, does a lot of stuff in amateur radio besides being a director at the ARRL, and she has her own YouTube channel, which she admitted earlier was not making her rich, but is very important because she likes to help out in amateur radio. So Ria, please tell us what you think about how we can increase diversity in amateur radio.
Okay, excuse me. How do I start my video? Oh, there we go. Okay. You can't start your video because the host has stopped it. Okay, there we go.
There you go.
Right, okay. So I blurred out my background so you can't see the mess. Okay, good. All right, so I'll give the presentation. It was a little out of order earlier. I'm sorry about that. But let me introduce myself first. I am Ria. Well, thank you for the wonderful introduction. As I said, I am Ria, cosine N2RJ. I've been licensed since 1997. And I am a Life and Diamond member of the ARRL. And I do lots of interesting things in amateur radio, including Contest DX. But I lately I'm paying it forward a lot. I'm doing a lot of teaching and mentoring. So let me open up the slide, talk about D&I in amateur radio, diversity and inclusion. And I will, you know, some people are a little bit apprehensive of this topic. I really don't want to make it that way. I want to make it so that, you know, we get something good out of this. And, you know, I'm pretty sure you'll, if you look at it the right way, you'll see that it's not something to be scared about, but rather something to look forward to. So I need to be able to share. It doesn't say I can share. Oh, there it is. Share screen. Okay. All right. So this one is ham radio for everyone. And I truly mean everyone, regardless of whatever, you know, whatever portion of humanity you are in. I really think that we need to have ham radio for everyone. So let's talk first about society. So amateur radio really should be reflective of society, right? When I was initially licensed, the first thing I was told is that everybody's in this hobby, and hobby, service, everybody's in this activity. We have royalty, like King Hussein was alive I think he died in like the early 2000s or late 90s, and ordinary people were talking to him. I relayed a story in the earlier forum, but I'll relay it again. So King Hussein was on the air making contacts, and then somebody came up and said in a very, sweet Southern accent, "So there, Hussein, what do you do in Jordan?" And then somebody anonymously blurted out, "He is a king, you moron." And I think everybody's microphone laughed with their microphone off. But and he was a really, really interesting figure because he was Jordanian. He was the king of Jordan, and he used amateur radio as a means to seek peace with his neighbors, most notably Israel. They had a peace treaty with that. So you can see how an amateur radio crosses a lot of different spectrums of society. But is this really the case today? And maybe we can see how we could make it more of a world hobby. The census says that more than half of Americans are female. More than half of Americans under 18 are non-white since 2018. A lot of that has to do with births among non-white individuals, immigration, and all of that stuff. Religion, religious diversity, you have a lot of people, obviously a lot of immigration, a lot of languages spoken. You have LGBT people becoming more prominent, and you have a lot of shifts in age. So I think Sterling talked about, or will talk about age, and Connor. I don't know if Connor is going to be on here as well. But let's talk about gender. So ham radio has always been conscious about its gender gap. There really aren't a lot of women in amateur radio, and this is kind of this has been a source of interest since like at least the 1930s. The New York Times actually ran an article, believe it or not, and there have been signs of growth off and on, but generally, it's not really been to the point where you could say how there's been an actual revolution. There have been signs of it, but we could make it better. And this doesn't just mean like getting more into the hobby. We could get, we need to have engagement. One of the discussions I have in the ARRL these days is one of member engagement. People join and they say, okay, I get a magazine. What else do I get from the ARRL? Well, there's a lot more coming. But let's talk about why women get into amateur radio. So they said how their spouse, their significant other has a license, and they encourage them. Some of them, they get pushed into it. It's not a bad thing, that's how couples enjoy they learn a lot of things. Or they're encouraged by their dad. One of my fellow YouTubers, Kat Dixie DX, W4DXY, she got an amateur radio license because her dad had an amateur radio license and she wanted to carry on his legacy. You want to serve your community. That's a big part of amateur radio. You see also with the ISS stuff, that is part of community service. It's not like the typical disaster communication, but this is education for schools and helping out the future generations. We have traditional emergency communications, which I think is going to be less emphasis due to the resiliency that a lot of commercial systems have. But at the same time, a lot of people are still involved in that for that. It's a fun hobby. My friend Andrea, K2EZ, she was a big operator in national parks on the air, and she does her rover. If you ever got a QSL card of hers, which I show on this picture here, she did a fun little Photoshop of her truck superimposed on the moon, and she said that's Torres Litchfield National Park. Okay, national parks on the air in 2016 was big. I knew a number of women amateur radio operators who got involved in national parks on the air. Some of them said their job encouraged them. I know, and this is funny, a lot of people who work at the ARRL, they got licensed afterward, and they got into the hobby. Katie Allen WY7YL. She got licensed because she was a membership manager at ARRL. And she's a big time ham now. She's a big honking ham now. So, that's one way you can encourage. Scholarship opportunities. I've been doing a lot of work with the ARRL Foundation, and you find that, a lot of students get motivated to get licensed and involved, not just licensed, but involved in amateur radio because they see the opportunities for higher education. And you know what? A lot of times they stick with it. So this is good. But the moral of the story is all encouragement is always good. You don't want to necessarily turn people away. Spouses and partners, I think they're the best, and there's this tendency among some spouses to say, well, my wife tolerates this, some people say my husband tolerates my knitting or whatever, but they say my wife tolerates amateur radio and I go in the man cave and I do amateur radio. But it's a good hobby that people could do together. So like I said, don't stop at the license. Having positive role models. Like I mentioned, Andrea is one. I don't like to blow my own horn, but I like to pay it forward. When you have the job requirements and the scholarships are good, but with a catch, you have to have follow through. And I think if you have a workplace sort of requirement for amateur radio, why don't you incorporate that in some team building? Like if the hospitals have the drills, well, maybe you could form a hospital amateur radio club. And then you do field day, you do it off the clock, of course, because that's a legal requirement. But, you try to get more fun into it. And of course, service to your community, get involved, not just during when all else fails, but see if you could sponsor local communications for local events. There was one time when I lived in New York City, I was basically helping cure every disease imaginable because every foundation had a walkathon and we used amateur radio. In my professional life, I do a lot of mentoring. I do early careers. I do a lot of work with interns and graduates and such like that. Amateur radio needs something similar. I think we definitely need to have a structured mentoring program. I don't see much of it. I see some little pockets here and there. I really think that we should have some sort of initiative to have a structured mentoring program for hams who've been in it for a while. I mean, people have been in it 30, 40 years. I've only been in it almost 25 years. And, people who just got their license yesterday, There's also the concept of reverse mentoring. You have people who just gotten a license. They might see some things that, well, I have this experience that you might not have had when you got licensed in the 60s, 70s, 80s, 90s. And I'd like for you to see it so you could better understand. There's a lot of that going on in the corporate world, a lot of reverse mentoring. Fellowship and community. Ham radio is not just a technical hobby. I enjoy the tech aspects of it. I enjoy getting my soldering iron warm, but there's a lot of community and a lot of learning, especially with space communications and even, non-space communications as well. So as far as women in amateur radio, we have the YLRL, Young Ladies Radio League. They are the biggest, the most well-known organization for women radio operators. You have the India YL Net, VU2RBI, runs a net in the mornings, every day 6 p.m. Indian Standard Time or 8:30 a.m. Eastern. Yankee Lassies has on 3912, 8:30 Wednesdays. These are for women only. Unfortunately, you could sit and listen in, or you can encourage women to join. And but there are other nets where you could get involved. Let's talk about OMIC. I want to mention OMIC here. In the 1950s, we had the unfortunate issue of segregation. In amateur radio, you had where a lot of hams didn't want to talk to black radio amateurs because of prejudice. And they didn't want to help them while they were traveling, especially because a lot of them use their amateur radios as a travel aid. So these black hams got together and they formed their own organization called OMIC, Electronic Communications Association. And they basically have a net and they offer assistance to their fellow travelers. and they have kept in the fellowship, you know, even though we have things like the Civil Rights Act and basically racism is rapidly going out of style, hopefully. So they're still there with fellowship. And by the way, they're not restricted just to Black radio amateurs. Their organization is a predominantly Black amateur radio organization, but they allow people, you know, they welcome people of any race or anything at all to join them. I'm a member and I intend to continue to be a member. They have a net on Sundays as well too. They have a few nets. You can go to their website at omikradio.org. That's omikradio.org. And in closing, there's still a lot of work to do. You know, we have to, the main thing is you really have to create a welcoming atmosphere. This is not about quotas and exclusion, but this is about saying, you know what, hey, you know what, this is for everybody, you know, and you need to truly show that that is for everybody. If you're of a particular underrepresented community in amateur radio, make yourself visible, you know, go and get out there, get involved in your local amateur radio clubs. If you are a club, you know, you welcome everybody, you know. You encourage women and girls especially, not because you want to give people an unfair advantage, but you want to give people an incentive to see that there are others like them. Lending a helpful hand. I see this a lot on social media where somebody asks a question and then somebody says, you should have known this, it was on the exam. I mean, that to me is just a way to tell people, well, you know what, go away, amateur radio is not for you. So what if it was on the exam? You know, you tell people, well, you know, you can do this and that, and here's how to find more answers, right? I give people a lot of copies of my magazines. I get several copies of ARRL publications regularly, and I give a lot of them away because I frankly don't have space to keep all of them, but I like to give people something to keep them interested. You know, and you teach and you make a friend. Like I mentioned, the YouTube channel doesn't make me much of any money, maybe like $3 or $4 a month. What I'm going to spend that on, you know? I do that. I do the YouTube channel mostly to help and mentor and help out. And with that, I'll pass it back to the host, and thank you.
Well, thanks, Ria. I really appreciate you doing that again because I found that very powerful and I missed some of it the first time around. So thank you for doing it again. And I really appreciated what you said toward the end when you said we really need to be more inclusive. And I hope that you will all stick around for the next hour after this one because the clubs will be back and they have some great ideas about how they have been more inclusive and want to be more inclusive in the future. Okay, we've heard from one teacher. Now let's hear from another teacher, Kathy Lamont, call sign Kilo 4 Alpha Tango Yankee. Sorry, Tango Alpha Yankee. I got that backwards. Kathy's been a public school teacher for 23 years. She's done an awful lot during that time, teaching primarily in public schools in Northern Virginia and at the elementary level. And she's done a lot of work in amateur radio, including for herself, getting licensed, obviously. She started a ham radio club in her school. She's done some educational work. She holds several degrees, including a doctorate in education from the University of Virginia. And she is currently the director of education for ARRS. You've heard a little bit about amateur radio on the International Space Station earlier. And so maybe Kathy might say a little bit more about that. And she has a great presentation, which includes a wonderful video of an elementary school young lady who will just bring tears to your eyes. So let me do that. Let me pass it over to Kathy. And Kathy, please tell us about your experience with children.
I started our ham radio club at our elementary school. And yes, little kids can actually do this, which is surprising. And one of the reasons why I started this had nothing to do with me. I knew nothing about ham radio. I actually had a parent, a grandparent in my school who said, oh, this would be so great. Your kids would love it. And he kept trying to push in with the administration. I'd love to come do this. I'd love to come do this until finally they they finally said, you know what, go talk to Kathy. Just why don't you, I teach gifted K through 5. And we have very different curriculum. We're welcome to integrate lots of things in lots of different ways. And they basically said, this sounds like it's right up Kathy's alley, go give it to her. And so he came into my classroom and basically said, he and Terry, who has passed away since, came in with all of their stories, told a little bit about ham radio, and the kids were enthralled. And we had the opportunity basically where we could work with our school and work with the kids that were in there when they came to see me. And so they came in, they did soldering, we made an antenna, we did all sorts of things. And the kids just really liked it. It was all hands-on, and they were playing with not playing, but they were using soldering irons. And they had a great time with it, and they were really intrigued by it. As they told me more about it, when we had our first conversation, Terry told me that you could talk to astronauts with ham radio. I was like, really? Okay, sold. And so within 2 years, I had gotten my tech license, started up my ham club. I upgraded to general when my first students were testing at the end of the first year. Went and participated in field day, where they also convinced me at the Ham Fest that summer to buy my own radio, and joined Woodbridge Wireless as a part of the board and attended the ARRL Institute, and finally ended up with an ARRS contact, which was amazing. And we used all of this in the school in learning situations, and it has made such a difference for a lot of my students. Is something like this possible? It isn't easy. I can tell you that. It is not an easy thing to do. Our ham radio club, my Woodbridge Wireless Ham Radio Club, was a huge support for us. If I didn't have them, I wouldn't have been able to do this. And I think that's part of, if you're looking at getting other people into this, the same thing that you guys mentioned, you need mentors, you need people that are going to be able to help. And so they came into my school, they offered after school classes. They basically said, if you want to get some kids involved, we will run your ham radio club. So they came in, they did different presentations and did hands-on activities where we got to learn about some of the stuff, which was great because I hadn't the ham knowledge to do that. As they came in and started supporting, I was able to make tweaks to it to make it more student friendly. And they knew that that was what we were going to do. They basically said, you know, we've done this for adults. I haven't done this for kids, but we're up. What do you want to do? So as they said, all right, we're going to do this, this, and this. And I'd say, great. We should do it with this, this, and this. And here's how we're going to make it work. So I would try to simplify it so that they would understand it. But I do honestly think that club participation is a big deal, whether it's a local club or something virtual through this, having guest speakers, just so that they know, just so that the students know that there are other people that do this. I would say that one of the biggest challenges, the first round that we did of my ham radio club, my students went straight into licensing, basically. We used the Gordon West websites, all of the slides and everything. And we went through them and basically gave them a lot of the answers, which again goes back to, it was on the test. Okay, well, that doesn't help me. I memorized the answers for the test. My kids don't have the background for this. So what we ended up doing as we were chatting with our students, I said, all right, if you guys want to get licensed so that you can play on the radio and you can do these types of things, there are some things on here that you're just not going to be able to figure out. They just don't have the background for it. I'm working with 3rd grade through 5th grade, and they don't have a lot of the math that's involved for Ohm's law and all of that. So basically what I picked was, in 4th grade, they learned basic electricity. So we kind of play off of that. Here's a real life example. Here are some things that you can do. Here, let me tell you a little bit more. So we kind of connected to some of their background knowledge, or for my 3rd graders, kind of picked up with, this is what you guys are going to be learning. So let me tell you a little bit about it. We did the math for Ohm's law so that they would know how to do that. We practiced on the radio, and we basically just created a foundation. If the students were interested in learning more, I figured the laws and the rules are simply memorization. You just have to know them. And for some of the safety things, a lot of it is common knowledge that even my little kids were able to figure out. Should you climb without a harness? No, probably not. So I didn't need to spend time on that. But I think the biggest drawback or the biggest concern that I have is the cost of entry for our students, regardless of the age, whether you're looking at elementary or high school. And the parent support is a big deal in order to get students involved. I think especially of our little kids, because there's so many things that little kids come home with of, oh, I want to do this, I want to do this. I mean, and if every parent chased after every single interest their kid had, they'd be broke. So one of the things that we integrated in was parent support. We had evening meetings and after school meetings. So sometimes I would meet with my kids just after school. Invited the parents, said, you're more than welcome to come in after school, but a lot of them also used it as an extension of daycare, just to be truthful. Not all of them, but they would come in at 4 o'clock and come pick them up. But we also, for a while, we would do an afternoon meeting, and then the following week would be an evening meeting, weekend, evening. So at that point, after we had started this, my ham radio club would come in and do some of our evening presentations and do some things that are beyond me. And then we would talk with the kids. But I will say that, so once you get parental support and parental involvement, that's where you really get more help from your family side. Hey, I'm really interested in this. Hey, that's kind of cool. I'm kind of interested in it too. We could explore this. Let's get a radio. I will say that one of the cheapest options is Echolink. All of our kids have cell phones. They have a device. They have something that they can use, and they can get Echolink on there. So the Echolink repeaters have make for a very easy entry point where they can communicate everywhere. We did through Echolink, my kids were able to talk with a ship out in the Pacific that was doing looking for the Amelia Earhart airplane, and we connected via Echolink because there was a huge time difference too. We connected through Echolink from Virginia to an Echolink repeater in California, who then went HF out to the ship in the Pacific. And without that, my kids wouldn't have been able to get that far. We do have an antenna, but there's no way it would have reached to California with what we had, and there's no way that it would have made it to the Pacific. So Echolink is a great option, I think, for some of our students as you start looking at entry points. The huge benefits that we have for this, our kids get to try new things. I've always been surprised at the kids that sign up for Ham Radio Club. I was like, really? You want to do this? Are you sure? It's something totally different. It's a different club. It's not Girl Scouts. It's not Boy Scouts. It's not soccer. It's not lacrosse. It's something different that their friends haven't been doing. So if you're looking for bragging rights, the kids get pretty excited about that. Ham Radio offers real life applications. We used, again, another example of the Echolink is we talked to a youth group that was up on Echolink. And my kids ended up talking to Great Britain. They were talking to another student, and it was just so cute to listen to them because they finally found voices on the air that were the same as theirs. And the banter, and the kid was great. The banter back and forth between them. He was like, oh, and what are you studying? And they're like, oh, I really like this. And eventually he's like, I'll be right back. I'm going to turn this back over to the control operator. I have to go to the bathroom. And he was just so, and the kids were like, oh, okay, we'll see you in a minute. And it was just really interesting to listen to them. Ham radio also offers extensions to things that they may already know. They understand a little bit about electricity. Where would you use this? My kids helped. So this is a picture up here of our ARRS contact that we had. My kids loved being able to talk to astronauts. The same thing as Melissa's. They love listening to all of this. We also, this is a handheld that we made. And this, once when the ARRS contacts would come over, we would do some listening so that the kids could listen. So it wouldn't be our contact, but we would listen in through the downlink. And my kids would run outside. I'd be able to grab certain kids and say, hey, there's a contact. Do you want to come listen to it? They'd read off the questions while they listened to the answers coming down. So they're able to build off of things that they already know, the space information that they learned from 4th grade, electricity, things that they're going to learn, some of the math. Yeah, you're going to need this because it's stuff that you can use. Communication skills is obviously huge. Without communication skills, you wouldn't be able to talk on the radio. And the confidence that they gain from this, you can't be shy on the radio. You have to actually speak very clearly. And that's one of the things that we practiced especially when we were getting ready for our ARRS contact, was making sure that it was clear what you were saying. I think my other big thing that I agree for ham radio for our younger kids, it's a belief that they can do hard things. There's a lot of research that has come out that basically says by the time the kids get to middle school, they know if they like math or science. And if they don't like it, they're done. They're not interested in learning more about it, and they've learned that they can't do it. They're like, oh, it's too hard. I don't understand how to do this. I'm not going to try. But learning something like this in elementary school, if nothing else, in my opinion, opens up their eyes to be able to say, oh, that is true. That's science. And it was math. I do kind of like science and math. I enjoyed that. I think I would like to try more of it instead of shutting down by the time they get to middle school and going, oh, I don't do STEM. That's not something that I'm super interested in. But it does help keep an open mind for them. And the other thing is that you never know where this is going to take them. Why do you need to learn all of these things? Why do I need to know this? Well, you're 10. You don't know what you're going to do when you're growing up. You don't know what you're going to need. So the stuff that we're teaching you is just more stuff that you can put in your toolbox. You might need this. You might be able to pull it out at some point. And if you don't, you're more well-rounded. So don't worry about it. But there are some huge benefits to it. And this is my Maddie. This is Maddie also. This is the one in the pink dress. This was 4th grade Maddie, I believe. This is 7th grade Maddie. And Maddie earned her tech license when she was in 3rd grade. And she was a part of my class where we had afternoon and then evening, afternoon and then evening. And her dad was also involved, coming with her to some of the classes. And our ham radio group is called Ham Teetum. My first year that we had, I said, oh, we should come up with a name for our club. Sent my kids away and I said, go come up with a name. And they came back literally like 10 minutes, not even 10 minutes later. And they said, Ham Teetum. And they said, we came up with a name. And I said, not in 10 minutes, you didn't. They're like, it's Ham Teetum because it's both Antietam and ham radio mixed together. I'm like, all right, you're correct. You did a nice job. Go sit down. That's our name. So this is Maddie. She earned her general in 5th grade when she upgraded. And this is a little bit about what she has done with ham radio and her participation with our ARRL contact. She was one of the only students, I think. She was the only student that was licensed when we had our ARRL contact. So I had her open. I didn't have her ask any questions. She was able to call anyone SS. So this is Maddie.
Hi, my name is Maddie. I'm a general class amateur radio operator. My call sign is KN4AUC. Mrs. Lamont got
Sorry, I didn't know if I shared the sound. Sorry.
Mrs. Lamont got me interested in ham radio because she started a ham radio club at school, and I had no clue what it was, but I decided to try it. It ended up being a lot of fun, and I really like making contacts with people, which is basically talking to somebody else on the radio. And it was a lot of fun when I made a contact. Somebody was using 6 watts of power. That's very little power. And I like getting pileups, and a pileup is when a bunch of people want to talk to you all at once. And also, I have an advantage when making contacts because women's voices and kids' voices get across a lot better than just normal men's voices. And so that makes it a lot better. And I was able to contact the ISS, which is the International Space Station, with our school. And some other people got to ask them questions. And I got to open and close the contact, and it was actually on the news. And I like to set up the antennas outside when we are going to do a contest. There's a lot of wires, and it's a lot of fun, especially when the antenna is really tall. And on Mrs. Lamont's antenna, there's a little flag at the top, so that you can tell which way the wind is blowing. And I really like to go to ARRL, which is the ham radio outlet, because I like to look at their radios and antennas because it's really cool. And they also have a whole thing of QSL cards on the wall. And QSL cards are so when you make a contact with somebody, sometimes they'll send you a QSL card, which is like their information and saying thanks for the contact, and you're supposed to send one back. And we also got to, me and my dad got to, when we went to the eclipse, we made this eclipse mob thing so that we could try to hear some people making contact during the eclipse, which I don't think it really worked that well. And I really like contests. I don't know if I said that, but because I like the QSO party a lot, especially the one for Virginia, because I get to make a lot of contacts with people, and I really like to. I really like it a lot. It's a lot of fun. And also during the ISS contact, we only have a certain amount of time to talk to them, and amateur radio is a really big hobby. It's probably, you probably actually dealt with it, and you just don't know it. Bye.
So that's 7th grade Maddie now. And this is, again, 4th grade Maddie, maybe even 3rd grade Maddie. She's very little here. She had stayed after first school club roundup and was making contacts for us. But really, I think when it comes down to it, it's not easy. It's hard to find the time for a club. It's hard to find time for kids to come in and continue. It's hard to find evening times. It's hard to find support for the club. It's hard to get a school to put an antenna up. It's hard to get equipment. And it's hard to find the materials that work with elementary kids, but it is totally worthwhile. The kids had a great time. They love doing it. Just do it. It's not easy, but the payoff is huge. And I love being able to do all of that with them. So back to you.
Okay, well, Kathy, thank you for that. I love listening to Maddie, and I have to say that if anybody ever wants to know everything important about amateur radio in less than 5 minutes, just watch that video.
That's Maddie.
So thank you, Kathy. That was beautiful. And thank you for all that you do for amateur radio and for the children. And I think there's probably going to be a lot of questions, but I wanted to start off with one, and that is, you just, at the end of your presentation, you talked about how hard it is to get the time for things like extracurriculars like amateur radio. Do you have any, and this is also for Melissa, do you have any thoughts about how amateur radio operators, particularly clubs, can be of more use in helping get kids and their parents to value the idea of getting involved in amateur radio?
I think Melissa will agree with this too. You need a sponsor at the school. You need to have someone who is at school that's going to be also a champion for it. So yes, a ham radio club can come in, but I think Melissa would agree too. You really need a staff member that's behind that. You really just can't have a ham radio club come in. But if you are a ham radio club, what you should do is find someone in the school to champion something like that, which is what they did with me. They cornered me and said, "You want ham radio?" And I said, "I don't think I do." And they said, "We think you do." And it worked. But go ahead, Melissa.
That's true. So if you don't have a teacher at the school, it makes everything hard. Access, time, evening time. That's when you can usually have support from the other local radio operators. So yeah, the key is to get a teacher excited. So
how do we get a teacher excited?
It's not super hard if you find the right things. Literally, Terry just needed to say to me, "You can contact space through ARRL." I'm like, done. Tell me more. So yeah, go ahead, Melissa.
Well, and just opportunities for free programs that are quick and just get your toe in the door. And just, I looked at ARRL early on, but from my perspective as a new teacher in the area I was teaching in, it was intimidating to think of doing a whole school program. So I thought, well, I'll do a whole school STEM project and see where it goes. So I reached for the stars and did the CubeSat, but I'm in love with the space station and astronauts. And since I was little, things that move and rockets and planes and everything. So getting kids excited, you have to have some sort of powerful message in the middle, and then you kind of decorate it with all sorts of other things. And technology, networking, wireless networking, that's part of the basis of everything our kids need to know, and they don't naturally know it. So for cybersecurity and engineering and all of that, so I teach at the high school level now, and some of my former students are with me, and some of them are coders. Some of them want to do astrobiology, and one of them wants to be a veterinarian. And he wrote me an email on Wednesday that said, I couldn't believe it. He was asking for a recommendation letter, so maybe he was offering a compliment, but he said he thinks of the class every day, and that I push them to think beyond, and beyond is the space. So like Maddie said, connecting to space and talking to an astronaut and even myself having my technician's license, it was so powerful to me that I started achieving more and showing kids what they can do and other teachers.
And I think the big thing is what you can ultimately find is if you can get those kids excited about something, I know I'm speaking for Melissa too, teachers will bend over backwards to make them happy. Like if this is something that you really want to do, I will champion it for you, because if you're interested in it, I'm interested in it, and we will make this happen for you.
Oh, wow. Well, I'm grateful the two of you are there and others. Don't go away, because I have some more questions for the teachers, but I wanted to ask Ria a question, and that is, could you tell us a little bit more about how you got started in amateur radio?
All right. So I actually had a, how did I get started? So going back to the earliest days, I mean, my dad was a shortwave listener, and we used to listen to a lot of shortwave stations like the BBC, the Voice of America, because I was originally from Trinidad and Tobago. And so I learned a lot about radio then. And then later on, I had a teacher who got me into amateur radio. He was a ham, and he thought that it was a natural extension of shortwave listening and that kind of hobby. So that's how I got involved. And he was very encouraging. He wasn't like, he wasn't a berater. Like, he didn't berate people for not knowing things. He encouraged people to learn the knowledge. And I'll show you one of my early electronics books that I actually read. So these kind of books were pretty interesting. And this one has a section in it called How Radio Works. Okay. And it tells you the story of how the radio works. So you mentioned the foundations for wireless technology. It tells you, and then it explains. So this is a British book, actually, and it's written in that quintessential style. Has a number of different radio projects in it. Some of them, and really easy to build, provided you could get parts. And so, you learn and you grow in that. I got my license in 1997. Back then, it was a more difficult path in Trinidad and Tobago to get a license. You had to take an exam that was run by the UK City and Guilds of London Institute. Then you wait 3 to 5 months for the results, and it also costs about $20 to take the exam, which is a lot of money for us given the exchange rate. So it's about 30. No, actually, it was about 50, 60 pounds, actually. It was a lot more. So, you had to really want it. I mean, I really appreciate all the easier paths there are today now. I think that goes a long way. So that's how I got started. And, a lot of what I learned, I wasn't really brought into the whole public service emergency communications thing until later. I was taught that this was more of a hobby where you investigate and you're curious and you learn about things and, that sort of aspect of hobby. We did have a little bit of emergency communications in that the Caribbean got hit with hurricanes and other natural disasters. And we're said, yes, you need to know how to do this, right? You need to know how to help out. But it wasn't like an overwhelming thing. It was more of, be prepared, but have fun. Hope I answered your question.
I'm glad you said that. Let's have fun. If it's not fun, I doubt that many children would be excited about being part of it. Well, that's a great story. Before we leave you, you said something interesting in the forum before about what's the situation in Trinidad with regard to women amateur radio operators. Would you say that again?
So there are a couple of things, and this is something related to a recent event here in the United States too. I think initially in Trinidad and Tobago, the actual license that you paid the government, it used to be $9.60 Trinidad and Tobago money which is probably like $2 a year here. The government, through a series of reforms, they ended up forming a new telecommunications authority, and they raised that fee to $100 a year. With that, a lot of people kind of like, they dropped out of the amateur radio service. They were their interest kind of just completely went down. So you find that the numbers went from a peak for like 400 to 500. Now it's down to like 225, 250. The registry is online. And as far as women in that, you have maybe like 2 to 3 in there, and really just like 1 or 2 active ones. So the most prominent one I know is 9Y4GD, Gwen. She's been there since a long time, and she actually passed the Morse code test, so that's to tell you how long she was in it. But the rest of them kind of just like, my husband, my boyfriend, my spouse, whatever, told me to get a license. I got it, and then okay, $100 a year, I don't need that anymore. So we are faced with this $35 fee every 10 years, which is not that bad. I could see it being a disincentive. The good news is the ARRL is evaluating ways to subsidize that fee for young people, and we'll see how that goes. It could be through voluntary donations, it could be through other means, contributions, foundation, etc. We'll see how that goes. I think that's important, at least in the initial, to keep people interested.
That's great, and I'm glad you mentioned that. That's a little bit off topic, but yeah, the fee, it may be a challenge for young people, but the ARRL is investigating ways to help. Okay, we're getting close to the end of our time, but I wanted to acknowledge that there are a couple of questions in the chat about how people could get connected with teachers. And both Kathy and Melissa have answered that, but Kathy or Melissa, do you have anything more you want to say about how we can get more connected with teachers?
I think Melissa and I have championed it for a while, that you need to find teachers where teachers are, and teachers are at teacher conferences. Teachers are reaching out to find new technologies, and I know this isn't a new technology, but there are new things that we do with it. And if you can find us at any of those places where we are, that's sit in a booth, hand out literature. That's where you're gonna get those type of things. Each national conference has local conferences. So Melissa pointed out NSTA, which also National Science Teachers Association, has Virginia Science at BEST, Virginia Science Teachers. ISTE, which is technology, is also VISTE for Virginia Technology. Much easier. Most of them are in Williamsburg.
Melissa, anything else you want to say about that topic?
I just might say, in the details are, you apply for a presentation, or you do a webinar, like ARRL does, that shows you about the program. And specifically about our foothold in ARRL, we work really hard to try to show everything you can do related to radio and STEM and other related STEM topics. So I just think always talking and telling and sharing your fun, like that was said before, it connects other people. And that's a good way to end, I think.
Yeah, I agree. Although I hate to bring this an end because I think we're about to build up some great stuff, but thank you, all 3 of you, for your wonderful presentations today. I just want to say in closing that the picture of you, Melissa, and like you said, the look on your face, but especially the students' faces when they made those contacts with the space station, are just priceless. And Maddie is the best advocate for amateur radio I could imagine. So thank you, Kathy, for that. Thank you, Ria, for telling us your story. I would love to hear some more, but we have to go. So in closing, I want to again thank our sponsors, West Mountain Radio, Ham Badgers, the Ham Community, ICOM, and BioInno Power for helping us with this convention today. And thank you all. Please stay around for the next session because you're going to hear some more great club stuff. And my colleague, Mike Kilo Delta 4, Mike is going to be the facilitator there. So thank you all for being here, and 7-3.
73.
Thank you.
Hey, Bill, you still on?
I am.
Yeah, great session. I really enjoyed that. And it reminds me, yesterday, Leon and I did a POTA activation, and we ended up talking to somebody who was running his radio in his elementary school classroom. So we got to talk to his students as well doing our activations. So that was kind of cool.
Wow, I hope Kathy and Melissa especially heard that, but if they didn't, that's great news anyway. By the way, your station looks great behind you there.
Thanks. Yeah, I wish I really owned all that stuff, huh?
Yeah. Thanks.
Anyway, yep, you bet. Thank you. Okay, we have a few minutes before we start our next session here. I guess I've got Toby, Cam, and Wayne, right? I think we're all here. So I will get set to go in just a second. We'll start right at the stroke of 1300. Okay, well, good afternoon, and I'm Mike, KD4MM, and I will be your moderator for this next session of the Hot Topics track, which is titled Virginia Club Roundtable Part 2. And Part 1 was wonderful. I attended that as well, and we've got our same 3 panelists coming back to talk to us for this session here. So let me get this thing running. My screen just went away. Let's try this again. All right, let's try this again. My screen sharing is not working on this session. It worked flawlessly this morning, but we're not, it doesn't seem like it's working now. So I will go without the slides and let me talk about our track. So we have 3 panelists who are all involved deeply in amateur radio in Virginia. We've got Cam Cobble, W4XXV, Toby Pappas, KL0SS, and Wayne Rash, N4HCR. And what I'll do for this session is I will introduce each panelist and briefly, and let them take over and say a few words about our 2 questions, which are, what is your biggest worry or concern in amateur radio, and where do you want to be in 5 years? We will also be taking questions from everybody after the 3 panelists give their comments. And so if you want to use the question and answer button at the bottom of your Zoom screen, I will be monitoring that for questions. So with that, let me introduce our first panelist, Cam Cobble, W4XXV. He's been licensed since 2014, and although he's been around electronics since he was very young, which is sort of the same with me, I waited very late in life to become a ham radio operator, but loved electronics. His primary interest is in the scientific side of amateur radio, and he was recently voted in as president of the New River Valley Amateur Radio Club. So I will turn it over to you, Cam. Thank you for showing up.
All right, thanks, Mike. Yeah, I always liked electronics, always been kind of geeky, so just ham radio fit right in for me. So the biggest problems about or worry about clubs, or our club at least, and where we'd like to be in 5 years. So I think that we have kind of the same basic problems as other organizations, been around other things as well, other volunteer organizations. And I want to get away from it, but we're kind of, we can get trapped in that, what I like to call the STP. It's the same 10 people. And, making sure that there's no conflicts of personality and things like that. And when do you send in your club dues? But anytime we're dealing with those kind of problems, the thing I find out is that those problems just kind of go away when you start focusing in on ham radio. So what's our biggest problem, I think, is honestly just maintaining focus on ham radio. So back a couple of years ago, sent out a survey to our club members. And I said, basically, what do they want to do with amateur radio? And statistics showed most of them want to do IMCOM and community activities. Problem is that you can't really help out the community without being directly involved with them and saying, hey, here's how we can help. So ultimate long-term goal for our club, what I've kind of said, is the ability to, I want us to be able to say, here we are, and this is what we do. So that's been kind of the focus in the background. I have smaller focus areas, and then the overall goal is that, being able to do that. So how do we get there? The start, I think it needs to be an assessment of the skills that we already have, figure out what we want to be able to do, and then set up all the goals from there. So I figured two basic areas of focus are the skills of our volunteers and the equipment that we have available to do that. So to me, equipment's easy. We can always find the equipment. It's just sometimes funding is a difficult part, but you basically just find out what people are willing to bring and share, and then the club buys whatever else is needed. Of course, the long-term goal would be for me is to have a collection of all the club equipment rated at a moment's notice, and I'd like to think of maybe an IMCOM trailer. So if anybody wants to donate anything, just let me know. So anyway, the harder goal to me is figuring out the volunteers where they are technically and their soft skills. So it's really hard. Well, I'll tell you, FEMA has been able to give us a lot of online training, and those things are helpful, but it gives no real help for the understanding people skills and what needs improvement. It kind of gives you that book learning, but not that real term and how to deal with conflicts of personalities and things like that. So that's one of the things it's kind of difficult. My most recent attempt for driving improvement, at least in some of the skill sets for communication, in 2020, I tried to make it fun, put a little organized contest together. It went throughout the year, and I had a grand prize of a small solar array and a little charger. And the rules were focused on points of diversity of communication methods. So I wanted people to have push your skills a little bit, reach out. So you had big bonuses for any new modes, any new bands and things like that. And I try to make it simple for them. Just send me the logs in any format you want. I'll deal with however you get it to me. You can give me to me on scratch paper on the back of a napkin. I didn't care. Just send it to me. And so how'd they end up? Oh, I got 4 participants. Yeah. I wouldn't call that a win. So, and the 4th one was me. So what I did find though is, although people want to do IMCOM, they don't want to really put in a lot of effort on the training. So I got to do some more planning. I got to figure this whole thing out. So the focus this year, I'm going a lot simpler. Our slogan is radiate. It might even end up on a t-shirt. Evidently members love t-shirts. So simple premise is, what do you need help with to get on the air? And so far, we've helped 5 radio operators. So I'm taking numbers on this because, if you got a goal, If you can't put numbers on it, you don't know if you ever reached it. So anyway, we've helped 5 radio operators so far getting on the air. And I got 4 more set up for the springtime here. So when all this crazy weather goes away, we're going to actually help people string stuff up in the trees. So outside of MCOM, another area I'm trying to focus on is capture the common threads of our membership. What makes these people want to be associated with amateur radio in our club? Is there something I'm missing out there that could bring more local hams to the club? Because there are hams in our local area that aren't a part of our club. It's kind of that's kind of off-putting for me. I want them to be in there, so I want to learn from them. What makes this hobby fun, and what's going to bring them out? It's a kind of a tall order, but how am I going to do that? I have no idea. So these days, competition for free time is trumped by handheld devices, social media, entertaining people to sell them products. That means that companies are paying to be in front of those faces, and I don't know how to compete with that. So with that being said, I don't want you to think that I'm being discouraged. I'm not. I'm excited for the hobby. I'm excited about the people in my club. I love doing the research, listen to podcasts, and trying to figure it all out to help become more relevant, so we can climb to become amateur radio operators and possibly, extend our membership. So opportunities like this roundtable are encouraging. I like to see what other people are facing. What are your battles? And I don't like to just hear the successes. I want to hear the failures too. To kind of put the to spin an old naval thing. You don't learn how to fix SWR issues with a working antenna. So that's kind of where I'm at. And those are lessons I have so far.
Great, thank you, Cam. Those are, it's funny, as you were talking, I think I could relate to almost everything you said. So, and that was one of the things I was impressed with. I listened into your morning session, and although we have 3 Virginia radio clubs represented here, I think these are lessons that are universal and probably will have application worldwide, to anybody who's listening in. So the other thing that was interesting is there's an app, and I forget the name of it, but one of the guys in our club found this app that can help you locate anybody with a ham radio license surrounding your QTH. And we ran that thing, and again, we were surprised, like you, that there are many, many ham radio operators in our area, and they are not part of our club or any club that we could tell. So, so some new ground to break. So, all right, thank you. We'll come back to you with those and more. So on to our next panelist, Toby. A few brief words about you and the gentleman hovering over your shoulder there. So Toby Pappas, KL0SS, has been a ham for 23 years, but I guess you recently got your extra in the last few years anyway, and have been enjoying the world of DX and contesting. So you and your husband behind you, KL0S, are both retired soldiers, and you're serving you're in your second year as president of the Williamsburg Area Amateur Radio Club, and your husband Dino was the previous president for 2 years. So all in the family. And he's been a ham for 50 years, more than twice. So you've got a nice built-in Elmer there, and I'm sure he's helped you all the time. So anyway, with that, I will turn it over to you, both of you, to answer the questions. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. So my biggest worry was what was going to happen to the club during COVID. I probably started out imagining the worst. And as I said earlier in the day, about 3 years ago, we had 60 members, and I was afraid that we would be losing members because they wouldn't come to Zoom. But we're well over 150 now. And I think that happened because of the club in general, a very welcoming group of folks. A lot of people pass through Williamsburg, tourists, and our hams like to get on 2 meter, welcome them. Hey, come to breakfast, come to our club meeting. So a very welcoming group. And the thing that we discovered during COVID, we heard a lot of folks say, I've wanted to be a ham radio operator for a long time, and now I have the time. And we also found that a lot of our younger hams are working at home, they're telecommuting. And so we'll hear them say, I've got to go to my meeting, but let me check in real quick. So it's really been interesting. So I guess one of my biggest worries is going to be is are we going to be able to sustain that enthusiasm that we have right now? And that probably leads me to where I'm going to be in 5 years. So I was really lucky. My roommate here, KL0S, had been the president for 2 years. He'd been president in 2 other clubs previously, so we had a lot of experience with that. And now he's my director at large. But he came kind of with that military framework. He came up, well, we need a mission statement and things like that. And so I kept his mission statement, which was the club's mission was really to be prepared, that emergency preparedness, to support the governmental agencies and the non-governmental agencies in our community. And we're fortunate, we have a lot of training opportunities for that. We have our 3 special events every year that we actually go out, set up our station and operate. We have our field day, which is always a big turnout. And then we have a lot of community activities that we are asked to support. You know, we're hams on the radio, but a lot of marathons, bike-a-thons, hike for hospice. So we have a lot of opportunities, and we have a lot of folks who like to come out for that. But I'm kind of like Cam. I think a reassessment is going to be very important when we all start meeting back together again, because I hear a lot of hams on the radio say, I can't wait to get out there and go traveling. And I'm thinking, well, there goes everybody, and who's going to be coming to the meetings? But that's the first thing, a reassessment. And then is there going to be a need to do some more team building, getting people back together, showing them what direction we're going in? And so I have some specific goals that I would like to accomplish over the next 5 years. I would love to be an ARRL Special Service Club. We were working in that direction. We were probably 85% of the way, but I think we've taken a step back now because things are not the way they were when we were in person. I'd like our community leadership and our CERT leadership to recognize us as an essential part of the community. We have a very big CERT organization. A lot of them are getting licensed, but as I heard earlier, then they disappear into the woodwork with the radio that the community's given them. So we really have to work on that. Listening to all the STEM talk today, we really would like to be more a part of the STEM community. We've done one ARRS with our middle school, and that was really enjoyed by the club and the students, but we need more of that. And the last thing that is always high on my mind is I want to continue to be an ARRL affiliated club. And we've discovered some resistance. There's kind of a little underline of some hams who maybe had a bad experience with ARRL. So we're really working on that. What happened that made you not want to be an ARRL member? Because we really want to maintain that. So a couple little sub things. I would really like to establish an Elmer program. We have a lot of folks who like to help, but it's not real focused. And the other thing that was talked about was we have a lot of ex-members of our club here in the community. And so we're coming up with a plan of how to reach out to them and say, hey, come back to one of our activities because folks would like to see them. And last but not least, our biggest problem is a PIO. We don't have an official PIO, and that's would be our biggest stumbling block to being a special service club. So we're working on that and getting more media coverage. So there we are in 5 years.
Wow, that's impressive.
But he's already told me I can't volunteer for a 3rd year. So we'll hand all this off to the next person.
No, that's great. As a matter of fact, would you mind sending me your list of objectives? So that's there's a lot of gold in there. I think for us that would be valuable. So.
Well, certainly.
Yeah, thank you. And the other comment, it's interesting. Somebody made a comment while you were talking that these share and tell sessions, as he finds them, he thinks he's going to have. This is Ed KW4GF. Thinks he's going to have these kinds of discussions in the future because they're very helpful. And I think, and Cam mentioned this too. It's the leaders of the clubs. There aren't many forums where they get together and share stuff very often, and this is really valuable. And so I think that something in the future would be great.
I've got one comment about club leadership and organization. When I took over about 3.5 years ago or so, most of the stuff, we had the same problem that stamped clubs and model railroad clubs have, is and it's been mentioned here today, the same 10 people. As the club has grown, I thought it was important to expand the staff. I mean, that's what I was used to in the military, is having a staff. So I knew we needed a training coordinator, so I twisted an arm really hard, and we have a training coordinator who's taking care of that. The VE program needed to be expanded, and we did that. We needed someone who was specifically in charge of community support events, for example. The food committee was important, but it was really important not to have a YL in charge of the food committee. It needed to be a mixture of YLs and OMs as well, so that we didn't propagate or promulgate those stereotypes of, well, the women always take care of the food and that type thing. So having those people in place and having new members come in, they now see an organization that has that organization, and hopefully they will then be interested in volunteering. And then, as Toby said earlier, I really think we've gotten to the same 30 people versus the same 10 people over the last few years. So that's been important to us.
Yeah, that's great, and that's a question I think we'll circle back to, is the STP issue, because that's a big one. And you can only twist so many arms before they're either broken off or they're running away. So, all right, thank you very much. That was awesome. So we're going to move on to our third panelist, Wayne Rash, N4HCR. He has been a ham since 1962 and is a director with the Lynchburg Amateur Radio Club. He's also a member of the Old Virginia Hams and the Northern Virginia FM Association. And I found out, I did a little research on the internet, that you are the 2016 winner of the ARRL Leonard Professional Media Award for your article on why modern makers are bringing back ham radio. And I went and read that. It's a short article, and I recommend it to anybody, but it's as relevant today as it was 5 years ago. So very interesting. So Wayne, over to you.
Thanks, Mike. And, nice seeing everybody again for the second time today. Always good to see that we all survived that long. This day and age, you can't be too careful, you know. I went out and asked both of the clubs that I'm active in about this second round of questions, because I didn't feel like I wanted to be the one who was pontificating on everything. And I got a very interesting set of responses. I think the one that came up the most is a lot of the people who are today's hams and today's leaders in the clubs are getting more and more worried about the future of their clubs and of ham radio. And the reason is not enough young people. This is not to say that there aren't young people in ham radio, because there are. But if you look at any club meeting, and in fact, if you look at the pictures of the people on the screen, those that have pictures, most of you I see are hiding behind blank screens right now, just like I was a little while ago. Pretty much everybody here's got gray hair. And that tells you something that's not the world's best news, because, you know, as one person said, in 5 years from now, he's going to be 75. And he's hoping that there's somebody else that will be moving forward with ham radio besides him. And that's an issue. It's an issue that we have to deal with. And one of our other members has said that what we need to do as clubs is find ways to move the younger people into positions of leadership, positions where they have some ability to take charge of something. It can't be all the old guys, all the old white-haired guys who've been in ham radio forever doing all of the leadership and all of the work. We've got to find ways to let other people do it. Now, I will say that the other club that I belong to, that I'm not officially representing, but is still part of top of my mind in a lot of cases, is in Manassas. The club has done a lot to bring young people into the forefront. They've assigned, for example, managing the nets we have every week, and having younger people in offices in the club, things like that. And these are important steps. Is not only just to have them in the club, but to find and recruit them into positions of leadership and into positions of responsibility. And I think that one of the areas that we're worrying about is that, but I think part of the problem is us. we have to make them feel welcome, but we also have to put them in a position where they're not just listening to us all the time. It can't just be us. As far as, where we want to be in 5 years, well, I don't know. My personal favorite is a little cafe I know in the south of France. That's not going to be too related to ham radio. Unfortunately, when I mentioned that, I had several volunteers to join me. So we might have to form a club chapter on the seaside in the south of France, somewhere where it's quiet and the wine is cheap. Anyway, I'm also hearing some concerns about the disappearance of traditional ham radio. One person mentioned, and when I sent the questions out, worried about too much emphasis on digital modes of ham radio. I understand why they're concerned about it, because there are people who like things like doing CW and doing sideband and so forth, and those are all good things to do. But I also know that if we're going to attract more people to ham radio, we can't let our time be stuck in tradition. We've got to find ways to include them into things they're interested in. And digital modes are, I think, incredibly important for that. I think this is one of the reasons why FT8 is booming the way it is the fact that it's a mode that younger people can actually identify with. I also think that what we're finding is that they really want to be involved in their communities. And we've got to find ways to encourage that from happening too. Unfortunately, COVID has made a problem of that because we can't get too involved in person. But that's only going to be around for my guess is another 6 months before that's less of a problem than it is now, and we can get back into being visible parts of our community. This is one area where I think that your club PIO, whoever that may be, and if you don't have one, you may think about assigning that job, can help get the word out as to what your club's doing, how they can be involved in the community, and then making sure that the fact that they are involved in the community is what's getting out there. Still, I'm thinking about what I want to do in 5 years, and that little cafe I know in the south of France sounds better and better. Back to whoever's doing it next, I guess.
All right, back to me. Thank you, Wayne. I like all your ideas, especially the French one. I'll brush up on my high school French and join you. But thank you actually for bringing up what I think is the elephant in the room on this question. And that is, is amateur radio viable into the future? I mean, you make some really good points. And I think I'd like to sort of continue on and let everybody else sort of chime in on that. And your point about digital also is right on. We have constant discussions in our club about is FT8 really amateur radio? But you're right. It's very appealing. You can see all the younger folks that come into the club. That's exactly what they migrate to. And one of the more senior folks in our club, who's actually teaching in one of the other tracks, who's been a ham operator for 60 years, he said, with the low sunspot cycle last couple of years, he said he would have just kind of drifted out of amateur radio if it wasn't for FT8 and FT4 allowing him to continue to make DX contacts. And so there's a place, I think, for everything. But I'll quit bloviating, and I will pass your question on to, I'll start with Cam again. What do you think about some of what Wayne said about, the very future of amateur radio and the fact that we've got a lot of gray hairs, in the community and not many of other colors?
Well, I've certainly heard this, being brought up a lot, and but when I go back and I talk to a lot of people with more gray hair than me, it's always been the problem. It's always been difficult to get young people in, and one of the things we have to always remember is that if you don't have a lot of free time, especially when you're young, going to school, having kids of your own, and or doing the family thing, you just don't have a lot of free time. I didn't have a lot of free time until more recently. My kids are getting grown now and doing their own thing. So and like Toby pointed out that and I think it was more people, hey, I wanted to do some volunteer, I want to help the community and things like that. You're not really going to see that as much in the younger crowd as you will with the more seasoned, if you will. So I know it's kind of a relevant question about how do we stay relevant and things like that. Yeah, digital. It's one of those things that a lot of people are opposed to and things like that. Just FT8 is great for me because I'm an introvert. This is a very difficult thing for me to do. But I get it. I do understand what people are saying. But at the same time, I think, okay, well, then are you brushing up on your CW skills? And they're usually not. But I think it's more of an excuse than anything. But hey, if you don't want to learn more in the hobby, that's up to you. If you do want to grow with technology, and stay more relevant to at least the maker movement and things like that, expand your skill set. You need to push yourself. And for me as a club president, I'm trying to be the facilitator to make sure that I have those opportunities for people when those questions come up. But hey, if anybody wants to do any presentations on that, contact me and help out with the club here.
Let me add something to what Cam has just said. Mike, you mentioned an article I wrote a couple of years ago. It's in Yahoo Finance for those of you want to go looking for it. I'll forgive you if you don't. Where the young people are in ham radio, and there's a lot of young people in ham radio, is largely oriented toward the maker movement. And the maker movement is a dynamic, growing area. And the difference is the reason we don't see them, and we bemoan the lack of younger people in ham radio, is they mostly don't seem to be in ham radio clubs. When I was working on this story, and I, as you probably know from what I do for a living, I'm in touch with the FCC on a depressingly regular basis. Amateur radio is actually growing faster than it ever has before. But we don't see it. We don't see all those hams out there. And the reason we don't see all those hams, unless you use the app that was put up on the chat session a little while ago, is because they're not part of the clubs, they're not part of the organization. And there may be a couple of reasons for that, one of which is it never has occurred to them that there are clubs because they are not part of the same group that we are. The other reason is that what one of the people who responded to my question said is that they're worried about that the clubs themselves are not relevant. And I wonder if that's as much of a problem as anything else is. Are the clubs part of the problem? Is there something as members of ham radio clubs that we're not seeing? I suspect, because I look at the numbers, and I suspect from what the FCC has told me, that there's an enormous number of ham radio operators out there who we have no contact with. And I'm wondering if part of what we need to do for the future is finding those ham radio operators and inviting them to become part of the club, and maybe finding ways to refocus and reorient our clubs so that it's more attractive to these people who are ham radio operators, but who are basically working alone or as part of a makerspace. In the Lynchburg Club, we've worked hard to include the local makerspace, and it has worked out. And we get some young people that way. But Lynchburg is a small city, and we don't have a whole lot of people in the makerspace. In larger areas and areas that have more active members in the maker movement, that seems to me like to be a good way to find ways to not to expand the hobby particularly, but to expand the overall umbrella that as a group of ham radio operators we have, that we can help make ham radio more of an overall thing. So this is good for the hobby also. The ARRL needs these people as members to help focus on getting the FCC to do what we tell them to do. And we need to find ways to make them part of what we do. I think to some extent, we are part of the problem, not necessarily always part of the solution. Mike?
Yep, no, thank you. Great comments. Yep, very, very much. And yeah, I think Cam said something earlier. He said he likes to think about what makes people want to associate with us, with our club. And, on a broader scale, what you said, what is it that people are interested in nowadays that would attract them? And one of the things I've always enjoyed about amateur radio is that it's got something for everybody. And I think as long as we have that broad, open forum, we'll continue, and we need to continue to evolve. Change is hard, and we like to hang on. Let's see, I just want to read some of these comments that are coming in the chat if you hadn't had a chance. One guy says ham radio has evolved from the spark gap to AM to sideband to digital and will continue to evolve. And that's true, right? I mean, I wonder what the amateur radio operators of 100 years ago would say about what we're doing now. So very different looking world. So, all right. So with that, yeah, I'll pass it over to Toby and Dino. You want to chime in?
So Mike, I just wanted to say that we've had limited success, but we have had success with homeschoolers. The parents bring them to our classes so they can get their credit for STEM classes. So right before COVID, we had 2 9-year-olds and a 12-year-old who, and they got their licenses. So that was exciting. And then we also have a 16-year-old who just got her extra this week, but it was so exciting. Her father's I think he's been the institute in trying to get her excited about this. And the other day on the radio, she was like, I made my first contact with a satellite, and that we were all really excited about that. But we've also seen a surge of folks wanting and asking us, and I guess we need to work on this. Hey, we want to learn CW. Can you set something up for us? That there seems to be a resurgence there. So I think reaching out to folks and finding out what are you interested in, and then coming up with that.
I'm seeing the same thing about CW too. I've also wanted to add that Tom Henderson, who's president of a ham radio club in Indiana, and I have put together a website to discuss the future of amateur radio. And I put a link to that website in the chat session. We really are trying to expand this so that we get younger people and more non-traditional ham, something that Ria was talking about, involved in ham radio. And one of the things we're doing with this site is to do that. We've told Ed about it. Unfortunately, we've had a lot of trouble getting traction for this site, and we sure would appreciate it if you all could take a look at it and help spread the word a little bit.
I've got one comment about exciting youth here in Williamsburg. If you didn't know, our community is basically a retirement community. We found it difficult to get into the schools, and frankly, we sort of made a decision that our biggest target audience is the person who's a little bit older, maybe retired, who has the disposable income and the time to actually get into the hobby. They've been a big source of the additional membership. But we do have some younger folks. But one of the things when we talk to younger folks, at least what we try to do is say, we can talk to the world. And the youngster says, well, I got a cell phone. I can talk to anybody. I don't need ham radio. And
Right.
I always say to them, okay, pick up your phone and dial someone in Kazakhstan and have a conversation with them. What will you have in common? And they'll say, well, I'm obviously not. But if you're a ham radio operator and you talk to someone in Kazakhstan with a station that you may have built yourself, but at least have assembled yourself, you have an immediate connection with that person in Kazakhstan because you both had to study and get a license. You both had to somehow assemble a station that you could talk to one another with. And that is the connection. The other thing is about not gratification, but I'll say to folks, gosh, I can go to a golf course and I can take a golf ball and I can walk up and I can drop the ball into the hole. Why should I go through all of that trouble starting 100 or 1,500 yards away and go through all those strokes to do that? Well, it's because I did it myself. How are we going to get people to someday build the follow-on to cell phones unless we interest people in actually becoming engineers? So that self-actualization piece, I think, is important. That golf ball one, I'll see people will, wow, yeah, you're sort of right. I can go to the fish market and buy fish. Why in the world would I go out to a river and try and catch them myself? Well, it's because I had to go through the process of learning how to fish, going out and fishing, making mistakes, learning along the way. Oh, I could have gone to the fish market, I guess.
Yes, no, and if you watch the previous session, that came through really clear with the 2 elementary school teachers. It was a wonderful story of exactly that thing occurring at a very young age. So, yep, that's excellent. So, Cam, Wayne, anything else to add before we move on?
Nothing else to add to that. I've got some other questions I'd like to ask.
Yeah,
everybody else.
absolutely. Yeah, I had some too, but go ahead. This is your session.
Yeah. So what I'm hearing from other people as well is that there's a lot of focus areas. There's just so much to get done. How are you all trying to figure out, how are you trying to pick a focus? And because we can't do it all. I heard the twisting the arms kind of thing, which I wrote that down because I don't do that enough. That's something I really have to work on. But yeah, where are your focus areas currently?
Well, I don't necessarily know that besides our builders group, so the technical piece is important, but not everybody is interested in getting together and soldering things together. But I think if you build an organization that's welcoming and people simply talk to one another, our fox hunting effort was just an idea that came up on one of our coffee and radio nets, and somebody said, hey, that would be really interesting. Let's do it. And now we've got, I don't know, probably 20 or 25 people who have, antennas and attenuators and offset attenuators, and they're going out. They call them Foxapaloozas. They've been doing them once a month. And then the people who got on the satellites, one member just started to talk about satellites, and gosh, the next thing you know, it was them. They started a group, and as Toby said earlier, they've now known affectionately as the Bird Nerds. And they're getting together on the weekends and they're going out. So it's not an official function necessarily of the club. It's an interest that is built, that germinates from just having a club that talks to each other once in a while. And actually, the ideas came up from them. And now they're, as far as we're concerned, hey, they're official activities of the club, and we support them and hopefully then continue them.
That kind of makes me think a little bit about so I've got a small club. It's hard to focus on a lot of areas. I love the technical thing. I'm sitting here thinking, okay, I want to be a member of you with you guys. I want to do those builds. Okay, I got shelf parts and everything. So and one of the things I was kind of looking forward to with this, our group's kind of gathering here is maybe there's some cross club kind of communication things we can do. So I can't supplement that with a lot of members here. Maybe I can start, hey, check out this club. They're offering this, or hey, there's a CW session getting ready to start up. Especially since we have these video conferencing kind of things. We've got people talking about, hey, I want to get my general, I want to get my extra. Are we having any classes for that? It would be really nice to have some kind of resource where we could, cross-pollinate the clubs and maybe generate some things there. It kind of reminds me of, is our club focused on our club or amateur radio? And that's kind of how I see it.
The ARRL used to have, not lately, for the last few years, a section that supported clubs. There was a newsletter that they would send out every once in a while, and at a national level, boy, I really wish they would bring that back. And I've made that recommendation to them several times. That there's a VE coordinator up there that sends out letters and notes to all of the VEs for them as the VEC. So at a national level, I don't know where you do it. Maybe it starts at the national level and it works its way down, or it starts at the local level and it works its way up. But you're more than welcome to come to our virtual builders group. I'll send you the link, and that's what we've been doing. It's not optimal. You're not melting any solder together, but we are sharing our love of the technical side of the hobby. Sounds great.
Send me the link.
Yes, and I'll compete with that. We have our maker group is building a 40-meter transceiver from scratch. So if you'd like to join us and doing it all on Zoom, and unfortunately we're about halfway through, but you can pick up the pieces as you will. So, but this is interesting. See, now I had no idea that there was such an interest in maker stuff, because we just started our group a year or so ago, and it would have really helped us, I think, probably to talk to folks who are farther along in the process. So. Wayne, anything you wanted to add to all that?
You're muted, Wayne.
You're muted, Wayne.
there I go again. I get carried away and talking to myself. But then again, that way I can at least listen to myself. There's got some good ideas out of this. You know, I'd like to find ways that we can expand the horizon for amateur radio. I think that that's important. As I said, the one person who talked about relevance, I think, has an awfully strong point. I'll read you what he said. He said, the biggest worry is that clubs themselves are not relevant anymore. Young people form activities and projects online, thinking open source software and hardware development projects rather than depending on clubs with 501c3 status, bylaws, etc. The club has to be an entity that does something, not just a place to funnel money. And I think as clubs, and probably with some help from the ARRL, you mentioned the lack of support for clubs at the ARRL, perhaps. I think we need to look at this focus. I think too much of what we're doing is looking at how it used to be rather than how it needs to be in the future. And I think we really need to worry about that problem.
Well, I think we're going to have to bring this to a close. I don't want to short the next briefer. I want to thank you all, Wayne, Toby, Cam, for your comments. This has been a fascinating discussion, and as many people have said, we need to find a forum to continue to do this, because I think this exchange of ideas is really, really helpful. Again, I want to thank you all. I want to thank our sponsors, West Mountain Radio, Ham Badgers, BioNPower, and hamcommunity.com. And encourage everybody to stay on for the next session, which is railroading for the radio amateur. And if I've seen this before by Andrew Straitvite, who's our club president at VWS, and all through his briefing, I kept saying I had no idea, you know, that amateur radio was so involved in railroading. But he's a professional in the field, and he can tell you all about it. So thank you again, everybody. 73. I'm going to turn it over now to my buddy Mike, KA4CDN, who is the moderator for the next session.
All right. Am I heard and seen?
You're good, Mike.
Okay, thank you. Hello, everyone. I'm Mike, KA4CDN, your monitor for this next session titled Railroading for Amateur Radio. It's part of the Hot Topics track. I hope you guys are in the right spot. And like everybody before me, I'd like to thank our sponsors, our platinum sponsors for this track is West Mountain Radio, Ham Badgers, BioPower, and Ham Community. Ham Community, we were just talking about cross-pollinating between the groups. Check out Ham Community if you haven't. They are a fantastic resource. So we thank everybody, them and all our other sponsors, for their support. Let's see. I would be delinquent if I didn't mention you've got, 15 more minutes. If you haven't purchased your lottery tickets for a chance to win some of our great lottery prizes, you might want to go over. I think there's still some tickets available from the VWS website. So yeah, you've got like 15 more minutes to grab your tickets if you haven't yet. Okay, this session will be 45 minutes long. Our panelists will be open for questions. So if you have any questions, you can post them in the chat or the question box. There's a button at the bottom of your Zoom thing there, and I'll collect them and forward them on. So our next panelist for railroading and amateur radio is Andrew, K3NHT. Andrew has worked in the railroad industry for nearly 10 years. He has an engineering degree and has worked on locomotive control system design, which I find fascinating, automated track inspection systems and data science applications for enhancing safety and safety enforcement. So Andrew's also, as Mike mentioned, our current Vienna Wireless Society president. So his presentation is going to share some of this knowledge he's learned that will be interesting for us amateurs. So Andrew, go ahead and take it away. I think looks like you're live, and I think you have a second screen you were going to share. So
all right.
Welcome.
Thank you, Mike. Let me know if this is actually sharing. There we go. You see that?
Yep, we do.
Oh, all righty. Excellent. So as was mentioned, I've done this presentation before for the club solely, but I'm excited to do it again. I think I've hopefully refined a little bit here. Oh, the date is wrong, so I might have to fix that later. So yeah, as Mike said, I'm going to talk a bit about railroading, and in regards, I'm going to try and relate it to amateur radio. So to start out, here's introduction, and first and foremost is always safety. We have to talk about safety just a little bit because it's kind of a critical component about railroading. Then what I'll do is I'll go through kind of a radio focus. So start with VHF communications and UHF communications. And then I have a few other little railroad facts and room for some questions as well. So one thing I do mention, I should mention, is for those who are QST subscribers, if you were received back in 2019 in February, this issue, there is a nice article where Steve Ford talks a bit about railroading and relates it a little bit to amateur radio. And there's the article, if you can see. That was kind of the motivation for this, being that I'm in the industry. I kind of wanted to delve a little bit more into some of the material that he covered in there. So as you can see, the goals, I want to provide a bit of a primer for non-railroaders and then educate my audience. And then also, as I mentioned, first and foremost, safety. So I want to spread a bit of the message of safety and just cover a little bit of the regulatory aspects of railroad communications. Okay, so first off, if we were in person, I would be doing a safety briefing first and foremost, because that's as I said, the first thing on everybody's list when it comes to railroading is safety, being safe around railroads. You can see a few items here that I like to note that, if you're actually walking on the rails or between the rails, you technically are trespassing within the US. So keep that in mind when if you go out and about and watch some trains. There is one piece of information that's helpful. That's the foul of the track. They call the foul about 4 feet from any rail on the outer sides. Once you step in that, the risk of getting struck by something is significantly higher. And so they designate about 4 feet from those rails as a foul. So usually the best way to kind of keep from trespassing and getting injured is staying at least 4 feet away from the rail. And then I suggest parking at least 25 feet away as well. And trains are a little more ninja-esque than you might think, because they can be faster and quieter than a lot of people actually think. And of course, never stop at a crossing. Make sure you can get through it before you actually try to enter it. I know some of us like to beat the train if they see it coming, they think they can. Please don't. And then finally, always expect a train. All right, now that I got that done with, one more thing on that slide. You may notice that there's a few things going on in this picture. You can see a bunch of people who are walking around there and hanging out, and some are smoking cigarettes and whatnot. And this is actually in Kazakhstan. What you'll note here is it's kind of an unsafe situation. You never know when the train is going to come by. But these are all railroad workers. So the US, we have a little bit more stringent rules about this stuff, but over there, it's a little bit looser, it seems. So, all right, starting out with VHF comms. So federal requirements say that the electronic devices intended to reduce distraction by cell phones actually, back up a little bit. The federal requirement for communications on the railroads is covered in CFR 49 Part 220 Subpart B, and I specify two things here. Subpart A talks about what the communications are required, what you're required to do as part of communications, which we're familiar as amateurs with having to put our call signs out there. They obviously have very similar regulations as well. And then also cell phones have actually been restricted significantly. Their use in locomotive cabs have been significantly restricted, and this is covered in Subpart C. The channels that a railroad uses has to be specified in a timetable, which I'll cover a little bit later. That's covered in CFR 49 Part 220.20.23. I'll have a little more detail on that because it's kind of a both helpful and interesting pieces of information about timetables that as an amateur, you can ascertain about a railroad. The AAR, Association of American Railroads, specifies the 15957 to 161.565 area of the FN band. They actually specify the specific channels. There's around 100, fewer, a little bit fewer than that, but typically channels 7 through 97 are used by the railroads. And for a given route, a railroad might pick one of those channels as the road channel, and then another channel maybe to talk to a dispatcher. So you'll be able to hear communications on that. I'll cover a little bit more about what you hear later. But a good way to listen in is to use edge scanning on your existing handheld 2-meter radio and just start at 160.50 and go up to 161.565 and do 15 kilohertz spacing. And if you just do this edge scanning, if you have a railroad nearby, you'll hear something. And then another piece of the VHF band that gets utilized is 220 megahertz, which is going to be used a lot for positive train control. I'm not going to talk too much about that. However, it is an interconnected system with GPS and wayside equipment and locomotives, and it's all digital. And there is a little bit of manufacturer specific things, but at a high level, every manufacturer's PTC equipment has to interoperate with others. So think of a locomotive that goes from one railroad to another is required to be able to operate on the other railroad with their PT system. Alrighty, so I said I was going to talk about timetables. So here's a timetable. You may be familiar with a passenger timetable, which typically when you're trying to figure out when a bus is arriving or when you're going to take a passenger train, you'll have a layout of train numbers, let's say, and stations and times that that train or bus is going to arrive and depart at those different stations. Within the railroad industry, there's something also called an employee timetable, which doesn't specify times of trains or schedules or anything like that. What it does do is it provides guidance for the management and operations. So your operators of the locomotive, your conductors are going to be relying upon this to tell them how fast to go in a given area, various control points that they have to be aware of, any type of turnouts that they're coming up upon, and also defect detectors, which I'll cover a little bit more later. And one thing that's kind of nice is that for the radio amateur who's interested in listening in, a timetable will actually contain the radio channels that are based off those AAR channels in the previous slide. So in this one, you can see RD086. That is actually the road channel, road channel 86. So the road channel implies that it's used by the crews to communicate literally on the road, and channel 86 specified as you go through a list of AAR channels. DSP channel is for dispatcher. That's the one that the crews will use to talk to a dispatcher specifically. So one of the nice things you can actually ascertain from a timetable. Okay, so delve a little bit more into some of this other stuff. VHF communications is a little more tricky. UHF is going to have a lot of voice comms. VHF is going to be, oh, sorry, let me correct that. UHF is going to be more digital stuff. VHF is going to be more voice comms. What you'll hear as a crew is going down the road is you might hear the identification, which is required. They need to identify their train or their locomotive number. They will identify a location they're at, some type of unique identifier, those control points I mentioned. And last slide, those are something that they have to use to identify where they are. Those are for a wayside station, a defect detector is going to actually enunciate its location as well, which is part of that requirement. So there's these two types of systems, the wayside and the mobile stations, and they each require that identification. And you also hear which railroad they are in there. The crews and dispatchers do talk to each other, as I mentioned, on the dispatcher channel, and it will be authorization on movements and orders from the dispatcher. There also is train-to-train communications, which includes talking about if there's a problem with one train, another train passing by might be able to help them identify it. And then finally, as I mentioned a little bit earlier, the checkpoints that they talk about. And then I'll cover a little bit more about wayside equipment, a little bit the defect detectors. One thing I do want to say here, there's one of the, and actually this was pointed out in the article in QST, was the railroading language that gets used. And he had mentioned the hole. That's definitely something you'll hear. Usually train is put in the hole, that's going into a siding. You might hear something about a bad order. That's when something has a problem with it, and that, you say, what we say is set out a bad order. So if you've got a rail car with a problem, brake issue, something like that, that gets set out and that has a bad order to it. Hot shot trains, those are the high priority trains. So you might think of like intermodal trains that you may see going really, really high speed. And then you have this AN, BN stuff, just referring to which end of a rail car or which side of a rail car or a locomotive that it is. And then this little picture here, you may eventually see something if you're watching any trains. It says, "Do not hump." The railroad industry, everybody in this does kind of have a sense of humor, but that actually refers to what's called a hump yard and a piece of equipment, so such as a rail car, that is not supposed to actually go through a hump yard. And the hump yard is essentially a gravity-fed system for sorting cars. So you pretty much push the cars up a hill. On the other side, they get released and they go down into the yard, and a series of switches will send that rail car to the proper track that it needs to be on. So delicate equipment typically in a rail car will require it not to be humped. Okay, defect detectors. I said a couple of words about it. Defect detectors are wayside equipment that pretty much, I'm sure you can assume or figure out what it does. It's detects defects within a train. So one thing is a hot box detector, which is looking at the journal bearings, which is the bearing that hold the wheels and the axle together. That if that's stuck or anything like that, or if it's heating up, they can actually be detected by wayside equipment. It's also dragging equipment or high or wide clearance. Any type of wheel impact, such as a flat spot on a wheel, there's detectors for that. And anything where the wheels are just sliding along, there's detectors for that as well. Now, when a defect detector identifies an issue, it's it's required to identify itself first and foremost, which once again is that railroad, the location, and the track. It also may include other information about the train, such as the length and number of axles and the speed. And they typically will transmit when a train passes over, initially when it passes over and when it ends. So you may hear it without, may hear it just enunciate some information, and it will stay silent until the end of the train comes through, and then it will tell you the status of that train, and it might indicate some type of issue with it. There, as part of this, the wayside equipment, the defect detectors, are constantly, being improved and evolving in what they can detect. So it's kind of an interesting aspect of the industry where technology is being utilized as new ways to detect problems as trains pass by. And as you can see here, there's a little box that's typically associated with the defect detector, or could be associated with defect detector. In this image here, I just want to point out the bearings right about here, which is tough to see because it's not a big picture, but you can tell. And then these posts right here actually have wires going between them. Those are also defect detectors. Those, though, are not looking for defects on the train. They're actually looking for falling rocks, because if a rock does happen to fall on the track, it could be disastrous for a train going by. Okay, so that was VHF communications, which are mostly voice communications. I think I may have said that earlier, but I should reiterate that. VHF is typically voice communications. UHF, on the other hand, tends to be more digital communications, and it includes 400 megahertz transmissions and 900 megahertz transmissions. I'll delve a bit more into the 400 megahertz, but it's good to be aware of the 900 megahertz stuff. The 400 megahertz may have or has communication between distributed power and end-of-train devices. I'll delve a little bit more into what distributed power is and the end-of-train devices in the next few slides. The 900 megahertz area is utilized a lot for what's called ATCS, which is a control type system and a signal control system. So 900 megahertz, that's one type of signal control system, the ATCS. There's others that also might use the 900 megahertz, but that's kind of the one I mentioned because there's actually some software you can use to receive the ATCS stuff. Automatic equipment identification is also done over 900 megahertz, and that is going to be a little RFID device that exists on the side of a rail car or a locomotive. And there's also, in that regard, RFID is also being looked at for other aspects of railroading, such as location identification. So say maybe a milepost in the middle of a tunnel or something like that. The AEI also does contain some identifying information, such as the railroad's reporting mark, who owns the equipment, vehicle number, and side of the vehicle. So, you know, if you have a break on one side of this rail car, you know, you'll be able to tell based on what the RFID says. And then it also tells you the length and number of axles. Okay, so multiple unit and DP. So I mentioned a little that UHF communications deals with distributed power and ended train devices. Well, to talk about distributed power, I have to talk a little bit about distributed power, or sorry, multiple unit first. Multiple unit is where you might have multiple locomotives at the beginning of a train, such as seen in the two pictures here of the CSX and the Norfolk Southern trains. Those locomotives are connected by a cable that's pretty big, pretty substantial, that has a series of pins between it. And so all the communication is done via that wired connection. And so that's called multiple unit. You can actually control second and third locomotives from the front end locomotive via that wired connection. Distributed power, on the other hand, is when you might have a locomotive in the middle or the end of a train. So you need to control it, but you don't have a wired connection. So what you end up doing is there's a RF system that exists on each locomotive, that you can tie together and actually control that locomotive that's further back in the train via the head end as well. And these are very useful because of load distribution. And when you have a train that is very long, which is a kind of a new thing that's happening more, is the increase in train lengths. Railroads are moving to that to reduce the amount of trains they're actually having traverse their network. When you have a longer train, if you put a locomotive either at the end or even in the middle, it can help prevent a series of different issues that occur because of the increased train length. And one of the perfect examples of this, there is something called string lining, which, if you can imagine a train sitting on a curve, and if you just straighten that train out, such as a string, if you're pulling a string, you know, that's curved out, it'll pop right off the rails. Now, Harper's Ferry wasn't necessarily caused because of a lack of a distributed power locomotive, but that accident where the bridge was kind of destroyed was actually it called a string lining issue, where the train basically stretched out because the front of the train was moving, the rear of the train was not. So by putting distributed power, you can avoid certain circumstances of string lining that have occurred. One incident that occurred in the last couple of years back, I think in 2019, was Norfolk Southern over the Horseshoe Curve had an issue where they actually string lined a couple trains, and they typically were using two locomotives at the back end to help distribute the forces better. I think in that case, they may not have actually had those locomotives, but don't quote me on that. And then finally, just to mention the lead locomotive, we always, the lead locomotive is the first locomotive in the train, and then a DP locomotive. And while I'll cover end of train devices in one of the next slides, a distributed power locomotive can also act as an end of train device. Okay, so I have to mention a few things about brakes, just so have to kind of cover it because it's kind of important part of operations of a train. There are three primary braking systems on a freight train. There might be others in some of the transit applications or passenger trains. Sometimes they have there's one type of braking system which is actually used within a freight yard that does not exist on the train, and it's actually what's called a retarder, which is used in that hump yard I mentioned, where there is little devices that press on the wheels as the rail car goes down the hill. But on a train, there are three main systems. There is a independent brake and dynamic brake, which exist only on the locomotive. The independent brake is a pneumatic friction braking system, and it's very similar to the braking system that's also the train braking system, which is the Westinghouse air brake system. The dynamic brake on the locomotive is only on the locomotive. However, it can be utilized to stop an entire train. And what happens is it's essentially taking the electrical energy produced from the motion of the wheels that's translated into the traction motors and taking that electricity and pushing it through a resistor grid. There with the newer AC locomotives, this has become, there's been a lot of innovation into how these dynamic brakes can actually be operated to help a train stop. And oddly enough, the AC systems can allow the train to actually stop down to 0 speed. DC systems, you actually end up having to use a friction brake somewhere along the way. But just as a high level, think of it taking the energy from the motion of the wheels all the way into a resistor grid and burning it off as heat. The train braking system, or the train brake, is a air pipe that goes, or we call it a pipe, it's kind of a hose that goes, it's a pipe and hose, I should say. It goes through the entire train, and it's a friction braking system that is utilized, so you can actually control it from the locomotive, and it will, as the pressure drops, it'll actually apply the brakes. So if you can think of it this way, if a rail car has no air coming into it and the pressure drops, it will apply the brakes so that it kind of fails into a safe state. The train device that I'll talk about a little bit later can actually help with stopping, as it can actually dump air out of this pipe to then apply the brakes. And these are typically used to hold a train after it has stopped. Not hold a train after stop. They're actually used to bring the train to a complete stop and briefly hold a train before that train is secured. To secure a train, you utilize what's called the handbrake, and that is it's a mechanical brake that if you think about that guy who's spinning that wheel on the rail car, that's a guy activating the handbrake. So it's a manual control on each car individually. And in order to keep a train stationary, those are the brakes that are used. You have a certain calculation you can do to apply a certain number of cars handbrakes to keep this train stationary after it's been parked somewhere. Originally, these were actually the means that a train would be stopped. A guy would run down the train and twist the wheels and all these. Now they're only used once the train is actually stopped. All right, next. Where we go? Okay, I've said a few words about it. Let me talk about this, and I think I only have a few slides left, so I think we're maybe good on time. So the end-of-train device. The end-of-train device replaced the caboose back in the 80s. It utilizes full duplex communication in the UHF range. You can see the frequencies right there. They are digital communications. Here, there's the it's FSK modulation at 1200 baud, and you can see the data rates and everything. So if you have a system that can actually listen to FSK at that rate, you can actually listen into this. And there is actually an application out there, a couple different applications. One's called PyEOT, which is one of the newest ones. There's also SoftEOT and ATCS Monitor. All these software systems, you plug your software-defined radio into it, and you can actually read out the data from the end-of-train device, or even, so the end-of-train device, EOTD, that's that little box that's in that image on the right, as you can see. There is also the head of train device, HOTD, that's just the locomotive. Those two things will talk to each other. And as I've kind of delved in the details a little bit, but the data that's going back and forth between the locomotive and this end-of-train device you can actually read that out with the software and figure out what the brake pressure is and a few other pieces of information that might be getting communicated back and forth. When the locomotive applies the train brakes, which is that one that goes throughout the train, that end of train device can actually let out air as well, as I mentioned. So you can actually have braking apply from both ends of the train. All right. So one last slide here. So just as a little extra, I have some additional railroad facts just to kind of, I don't know, I think they're kind of interesting. So the railroad industry is made up of primarily three classifications of railroads. You have Class 1, Class 2, and Class 3. Class 1 railroads are the largest freight railroads in the country. You can think of these, your CSX, Norfolk Southern, Union Pacific. And there's actually right now, Kansas City Southern, KCS, there's actually ongoing merger discussions between KCS and CP, and CN is actually, they're both trying to acquire KCS, and they are within the US, some of the smaller Class 1 railroads. So could be a pretty interesting system if one of those two railroads combines with KCS. CN, CP, they're both Canadian railroads as well, as note. There's been a ton of mergers, acquisitions throughout the industry over the last couple hundred years that it's existed. And through those mergers and acquisitions, there's something that's referred to as fallen flags. Those are railroads that got merged into another railroad and no longer maintain their independence or their name at this point. And then there's another thing called holding companies, which I'm sure aware of for various reasons otherwise, but a holding company in the railroad industry, there's one that is the Genesee and Wyoming holding company. That company actually owns this railroad here, which is the Buffalo and Pittsburgh. That's their typical paint scheme on everything. So if you see one of these locomotives around, they are a railroad that is owned by Genesee and Wyoming. As I mentioned PTC a little bit earlier, PTC is 100% implemented according to the FRA. There is, if you're interested and you want to see some trains without actually traveling anywhere, check out Virtual Railfan. That's a great YouTube channel that has a lot of live feeds. I'm not going to say too much about it, but their tracks are electrical circuits and are utilized for grade crossings and signals. Buff and slack is the forces between the couplers of two rail vehicles. If you have a chance, I would go do a search on YouTube for rail buckling. It's a rather fascinating phenomenon to check out on there. High-speed rail, there's a few railroads there. And then, of course, last few things, restricting speed, foamers, and of course, the locomotive manufacturers, GE and EMD. Alrighty, one last note. I didn't cover anything about steam. There's communications, of course. They use radios on steam locomotives. It's a fascinating area of railroading, but I don't really have much to say about it today. So, but I did like this picture that I took, so I just had to show it. Alrighty, so that is all my slides. So I haven't been watching to see if there are any questions, but Mike, is there questions at this point? Anybody have any questions?
Well, I've got a ton. This is fascinating. My first one is I just giggled. Why foamers? Where does that come from?
So people who take pictures of trains, right? They're sitting wayside taking a picture, and they are inside the industry. We say, oh, they're foaming at the mouth, and so. Because they're so excited. So rail fan is the nicer term, but if you express any interest, if you're in the industry and you express any interest, you might get called a foamer because it's be foaming at the mouth.
I'm afraid I'm foaming here.
And we use it jokingly for each other in the industry too.
Do the railroads use any, I mean, you talked about the VHF, UHF. Do they use any satellite communications, or is it all line of sight stuff? I mean, like any low Earth orbiting, iridium systems or anything like that?
So there is some satellite systems being worked on now. I don't have a lot of information about it, at least for this purpose. But for PTC implementation, there is work being done in, obviously GPS utilizing satellites, but there is actually encrypted communications that's being set up via satellite between like a locomotive and a satellite for various reporting purposes, location identification obviously being one, and then any type of other information regarding brake pressure, defects, things like that. So there's a little bit out there.
Well, that's interesting. You brought up the encryption because we did have a question here about cybersecurity. I mean, with these systems, particularly like end of train to the front of the train, I mean, somebody hack that and be maliciously providing bad data or something?
Absolutely. That is an excellent question. Let me move back just a little bit because this monitoring software here, PyEOT, is an open source monitoring software for the end of train device. And the guy, his name, I believe, is Eric Reuter. He did an excellent presentation. He has some of the similar content that I have, but he delves into some of the technical details about the end of train device communication and the fact that there is something of a security vulnerability there. So there isn't really any protection right now on that communications, but I think sometimes the industry just kind of believes that nobody's really going to do anything to it. So yeah.
That's pretty scary.
Yeah. Yeah. So we'll see. I mean, as PTC develops, we might see some of these things going away as well.
And we had another question here with the tracks are close together. So how does the GPS know, distinguishing what track a train is on?
It's a challenge. So from my experience with track inspection systems, you end up trying to utilize higher quality GPSs where possible. But on the other hand, there is other information that helps determine which track the train is on. So I kind of brushed over it pretty quickly, but the track circuits for both signals and grade crossing, a block of track, and I would like to have covered this, but time is always makes it difficult. There is maybe a section of track that is maybe a couple miles, let's say, and there's an electrical circuit that when the train goes over it, it shunts that section of track. And so you might get, a pretty good idea of where the train is via GPS, but then the dispatcher can tell that section of track is shunted, therefore they can tell which track exactly the train is on. Of course, this really is only an issue for either like double or triple or even quad main lines or a yard. In a yard, it's not really something that people worry about because a lot of the control that's done in a rail yard is done more at the yard level than a remote dispatch level. But out on the main line, like a double main, it's going to utilize some of those track circuits and some of the reporting that's done by the crew. Hopefully that covers a little bit of it.
Circling back up to security and the rest of it, just kind of tangent to that. I find it interesting that you said, I forget what part it was of the communication, part C or something, that said you can't have cell phones in the head of train because of distracted driving or something. I mean, is there exceptions to for ham radios like we have in Virginia, like the hands-free stuff? And you mentioned also they have train-to-train communication. So I wonder if the crews engage in just boredom relief, similar to truckers with CB radio. I mean, is there chatter that we can listen in on, or is it all business?
Yeah, so few different things there. The cell phone thing came about because they found that it was distracting them away from their primary purpose of operating the train. So that became a regulatory issue. I think even Congress got involved in that one. So electronic devices have to be off. They've put cameras outward facing in locomotives and inward facing so they can see what you're doing. And they've also put jammers into some of the cabs of locomotives to prevent cell phone communications. So they're kind of heavily reliant on basically cell phone cell service. Ham radios, if you're going to be in a cab of a locomotive and you can talk on your ham radio, if the operators as a ham, they can do that. They're not necessarily restricted. However, that railroad could cite that regulation as saying, no, you're not allowed to use your ham radio. So they tend to have, the objective that the railroad has is to try to keep them focused on their, operations at any given time. However, when the train stops, all bets are off. If the train is stationary, they can pull out their cell phone, they can start, yammering away, whatever they want to do. There is some chatter that goes on between trains and guys who know each other. There is a little bit of that, back and forth for sure. So you'll hear a little bit of that. But most stuff you'll hear is going to be announcing a control point or a defect detector or the dispatcher. And you might get a full readout of like what the train's orders are. You might hear about problems that are going on up ahead, all kinds of stuff like that. But the one thing, as far as kind of the casual chatter goes, train crews are typically made up of two people, a engineer and a conductor. And a lot of times those guys, there's a lot of casual chatter between those two guys, or I should say those two people, that they're not necessarily always communicating with anybody else outside on the radio or something like that. So
on a freight train, is a conductor, where is a conductor? I mean, I think of a passenger train, I think a conductor roaming up and down passenger cars, but on a freight train, I thought the conductor would be with the engineer.
Yes, yeah, the conductor sits in the locomotive. There is a engineer's seat, which is where all the controls are, and then there's the conductor's seat where they can sit there and keep their notes when they pass certain signals and stuff. They have an area that's more of a desk for writing, but they do have a few controls. So yeah, they're both up in that lead locomotive most of the time. The conductor, though, when the train stops, and if they're gonna secure the train overnight, let's say, or until another crew makes it there, that conductor is the one who gets on the ground and starts turning those handbrakes. So, but otherwise they're always together. So.
Okay, we had some more questions here in regard to, I guess, security related, but are they susceptible not just to hacking, but to jamming? I mean, it seems like that could be another security issue.
I think that could be an issue. The only thing with jamming, if you think of it logistically speaking, you'd have to probably implant the jammer on the train. So pick the rail car at the end of the train, and you'd put the jammer on that, let's say, because otherwise there's that end of train device will communicate back and forth with the head end only once, like I think every 45 seconds. Don't quote me on that, but it's not a regular, like every 10 seconds. It doesn't have that regularity. It's more of like a 45 seconds to 65 seconds interval. And so when you're going along, if a jammer gets put on there, the locomotive actually has basically a dead man switch for the end of train device, and it will start to go into a braking mode if it loses communication with the end of train device. Because once you lose your end of train device, you have no idea if the brakes are applied out the end there, if it's letting air out, or what's going on. So there is kind of an emergency protocol, but to follow a train with a jammer might be a bit of a challenge otherwise. So it is susceptible, I'd say, but you'd have to kind of stick it on the train.
What about another question here related to that, I think, is do the trains themselves or these rail protocols and detectors and stuff affect RF transmissions and receptions? I think they're in regard to like RFI or interference.
Referring to like let's say amateur communications, would it interfere with amateur? Or
I guess, yeah, both ways. I mean, are they susceptible to RFI transmission reception issues due to just like hams are, right? We're affected with all noise pollution we've got nowadays, QRM, QRN. I guess VHF US is somewhat more immune.
Yeah. So there's one example of this, and this is purely anecdotal from my own experience. Driving over the Woodrow Wilson Bridge, if you tune to CSX's RFMP subdivisions channel, which is frequency is 161.550. I found that driving over the Woodrow Wilson Bridge, if I have my radio set on that channel, that AAR channel, I will hear the weather report from one of the weather stations. And I haven't really figured out which one it is. I just noticed it. So it's got to have, there is a little bit of interference for sure.
And another question was in regard to the protocols used for RF packets. I assume you sent out some links there for the Get site and some open software products. I assume those are all standard protocols that are published.
So yeah, I actually don't have the specification for this protocol on hand, but if you, excuse me, if you go to, if you actually Google Eric Reuter's presentation, he delves into that quite a bit and talks about the actual, what's contained within the packet. He'll go on about the header and all those pieces so that you can actually write a parser if you want on your own. But one reason I think he open sourced this PyEOT software is so that you can play with it yourself and kind of see what's going on in there. So, but I think the specification is out there. I just haven't put my hands on it before. I have a lot of other things, but not that.
I assume the defect detectors that you mentioned are wayside based, and you said they announce flats and hot spot bearings, hot boxes, I think you called them. Are all those types of things, if we as amateurs were listening in, are those announced audibly so we can hear them, or is it some sort of digital?
So it is all voice, because the defect detector is providing that information to the crew of the train, and then the crew of the train has to communicate that out to the dispatcher to let them know that they have a problem. And a lot of times, like if you have a hot box or a hot journal bearing, the defect detector will enunciate all the other information that it usually does, like the location, rail, all that stuff. But it will also tell you, you know, which axle at times. So some of them will say like, you know, axle number 63, temperature, might even tell you the temperature of that axle and all that. The conductor then has to go on the ground. They stop the train, conductor has to go on the ground and actually go look at it to see what's going on. So that it is actually a voice. It's an automated voice. Sometimes it's a human who pre-recorded, but a lot of times it's a robotic voice. Yeah.
Very interesting. Yeah, and a lot of these questions, like we just had another one about the lots to the cyber and security and all the rest of it. And again, somebody's asking about an open spec. Does that open the system up to spoofing?
I'm sure it does.
Yeah.
I'll tell you what, I will stick around and go through and see if I can answer anything in the chat afterwards as well.
Okay, well, that pretty much concludes the time we had. So that worked out really well.
Awesome.
Let's see.
There was one mention in the last presentation, by the way, of Kazakhstan. And the upper right-hand corner, that image is from Kazakhstan. That's just as a little extra piece of info. That's a VL-80 locomotive. So a Vladimir Lenin 80.
Interesting.
Yeah.
All right. Well, Andrew, thank you very much for a great presentation. It's very interesting.
Thank you, Mike.
Really enjoyed it. And again, so I want to thank all our platinum sponsors and ask that you visit their websites, give them some love. Western Mountain Radio, Ham Badgers, Power, and Ham Community. So next up, we have Don, KM4 UDX will wrap up this Hot Topics track. Thank all our participants and attendees for checking in here for these presentations. And for those of you that have purchased lottery tickets, thank you for your support. The grand prize will be pulled tomorrow, and good luck. Back to you, Joe or Don. I'm not sure who picks it up next.
Thanks a lot, Mike. This is Joe Sable. I lied when on the notes that I gave to you. Don's not doing the wrap up. I am. So again, thanks to all the sponsors. And I want to make sure in wrapping up that I thank all of the moderators who did an outstanding job today. Ed Gibbs, KW4GF, Lynn W4DDT, Leon, NT8B, Bill, W2WCM, Mike, KD4MM, and another Mike, KA4CDN. If any of you are interested in nets and clubs around Virginia, VWS has built spreadsheets that are available on the VWS website, and you see that address at the bottom of the screenshot. Surf around there and you'll find all of the nets we've been able to locate. We publish the times of day and the frequencies and who runs them. And again, we've also got a list of clubs in the area. So thank you all for participating. I think it's been a great day. Next year, I hope to see you all in person, and have a great weekend.